One of them's the Bible.
You believe in the Bible, do you, Carl?
Yes, sir, a good deal of it. I can't understand all of it.
Well, I can't understand none of it. This one begat that one, and that one begat this one, and begat, and lo and behold, someone says some shit to someone or another. Just how retarded are you?
I love that scene, man. I don't know what it is. That's crazy.
That is funny as shit.
Well, happy Martin Luther the King Day. How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing good. Kids are out of school today because of the holiday or whatever.
Yeah, I'm off today. And hell, I might be off tomorrow. I'm down here in Florida, and it's like 29 degrees. And tomorrow's supposed to get even colder and start snowing and stuff. Like they're thinking about
that's a little warmer than here actually, and we're in like 21 degrees last night. And we don't get no snow though, even though it kept saying we were gonna get up to 3 inches, but we're not gonna get it, man. Our skies are clear as shit.
Yeah. Well, I would like to stay home tomorrow, to be quite honest, but if I do, I have to take vacation time, or I can work from home. They're giving us an option to work from home, and I do have a laptop, so I can work from home. That ain't no problem.
Shit, might as well do that.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Yeah, at our age, man, them bones be hurting when that air gets too damn cold. My neck been stiff, my shoulders and shit. Oh man.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I'm too old for this stuff, man.
Even though I really like the cold, and I like cold weather, but man, it don't like me no more.
No, it ain't the business right now. I can't wait till it warms up, and I know for you don't like the real hot weather, but for me, I can deal with it at least. You know what I mean?
Man.
But anyways, we're gonna really get into this conversation. I've been kind of excited. This weekend we were talking about consciousness and the different ontologies in metaphysics, like idealism, materialism, Platonism, all of this kind of stuff. And it's always going back to some kind of fundamental substrate that could explain the conscious experience, It's all metaphysics. Yes. Materialism is a metaphysic. Idealism is a metaphysic. But I wanted to still finish out that conversation because, we kind of had to cut it short, even though we did go for like 2 hours and a half. It's just such a big conversation. But I also wanted to get into ways that we can kind of intimately understand the nature of consciousness and reality, which is through practices like non-dualism and things like that. But I do have Joel Davis in the audience, and he actually turned me on to a video this morning before we came on. I haven't really had a chance to look at it.
Hey, Joe.
And how's it going, man? Nice to have you here. So I wanted to kind of react to a little bit of it. I did see like the intro of it, and I didn't get through it, but I wanted to see how they're going to treat it because I was kind of going through the timestamps. And they do talk about like some kind of circularity with, with trying to, explain consciousness, because we have to use consciousness to explain really anything, because that's the first thing we know is our experience. So I kind of wanted to take a look at that really quick, just a little piece of it, because it did look interesting. I love Alex O'Connor, for one thing. He's one of my favorites.
Yeah, he's real bright.
Yeah, man.
Very factual and thorough.
Hell yeah, man. So.
And he's a young guy, so yeah, I'm surprised because he really does a good job.
Yeah, he's been kind of doing this stuff for since he was a kid,
Yeah, it shows.
Yeah, he's real smart, man, and I think he's graduated college as with a PhD or something like that. So he's on his shit, man. Anyways, I'll go ahead and pull this up.
Are often unseen or not understood because of the way they get translated in our time. So I want to suggest almost like a yes and no answer to your question. Like, yes, I do think if we broaden our notion of science to include any kind of testing where we make observations using all of our powers to observe, including introspection, including the tools of reason to trace out the implications of our observations and analysis, then I have some optimism there. But if we have an overly restricted view of science, well then, I mean, no, I don't think that we can understand the window by which we look into the world by using only the empirical senses of tasting, touching, seeing, hearing. I've even been talking about this in my classes about how the only way you can even know you have those empirical senses is by using another sense of introspection to be aware of your sense.
Yeah,
Because,
it's kind of like the science trying to establish itself. I mean, the scientific method of inquiry relies peering through this window. Whenever we make an observation, we're doing something that we're becoming conscious of, and so to use science to try to explain the window itself is like trying to see the window through the window, in a sense.
That's right. Yeah.
Which
unless we broaden our notion of science so that the window is included within science, more broadly speaking.
Yeah, but I mean, even if we consider the window to be part of science, it seems like almost like a category error to do so, I guess is what I'm saying, because it's like looking through this window at a world of amazing things, and when somebody starts asking about the window itself, we say, well, it's up to us whether we consider the window as part of what we see through the window. Well, no, it's not. This is the mechanism by which we look at the world. You can't look at the thing through which you see everything through that thing. It doesn't seem to work. And so I have an understanding of this thought that's quite popular, I think, that no, consciousness is immune from scientific inquiry in more ways than one, because there's the sense in which it's thought to be sort of immaterial. Consciousness is not just the brain, and science only deals with the material. That's quite a popular view, but there seems to be this other view that I'm just sort of thinking about. I haven't really thought about this before, that whether it's material or not, it's sort of, it becomes a bit circular trying to explain consciousness through a method whose first necessary element is the use of consciousness.
Yeah, so that's a good point, and I'm glad that Alex brought that up, because whenever we have these conversations, it's kind of like we were going through this weekend, listening to a lot of scientists or materialists or people. It's like, well, if you just give science a chance, it'll explain just how consciousness is fully explained by the material world, like the brain and the stuff beyond it. But then you're using consciousness to actually observe all that stuff, to do the science. You do science in consciousness, not outside of it. Like, you can't.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's like, sorry, that example I gave you earlier about this guy who put it real simply. He said, he was asked, what is consciousness? And he said, consciousness is the thing that goes away when you go to sleep, and it's the thing that comes back when you wake up. So just imagine if consciousness went away simultaneously at one time, literally nothing would exist. And then how does science explain that, or get to even start to explain that? Because like you said, you need to be conscious in order to even use science to begin with.
Yeah, it's like a dog chasing its tail at light speed. It's like it's never going to catch up, and it's just
nothing would exist.
Yeah.
Nothing
would exist at all without it. Right.
Without consciousness, including science.
Right. You can't talk about none of that stuff without being, first of all, conscious. And, it's one of the things that you can sort of rest, or at least I do. I sort of rest my epistemology, which is like how you know things, the study of how you know anything. And the first step in that is not an assumption. The first step in my epistemology is I experience and think, therefore I am. Like, I am, the I amness. Like, there's the isness, which is the outside world, and then there's the amness, which is the internal world. And the internal world kind of indicates that you're in reality, because if you don't think and you don't have an experience, then you couldn't exist by definition, right? Like,
Exactly.
you know,
If you don't think and you are not, you are not.
right.
There's nothing.
You wouldn't be there to ask the question, you know. It's like, so there's sort of a baked in reality right there, and it's like a first-hand primary knowledge of amness. So it's like that I am is always there. It can't really even be described. Like, we can describe the things within the I am, like the appearances. Like, I can say I'm hurting right now on my left foot, and I can talk about the pain or how something tastes or whatever. But if you were to ask me to describe the observer of the pain, I would kind of be speechless. And this kind of sort of gets me to this other video I wanted to look at, which is Rupert Spira. He's kind of like a mystic, and he appeals to that sort of firsthand experience, which he says we all know reality through experience. Even scientists have to admit that the only way you really know stuff is because you exist to observe it. And he kind of breaks that down in one of these videos that I thought was really interesting. You know, he kind of uses the words infinite and limited. So, like, what he'll say is like the limited mind, which is something that begins and ends. You can sort of define it. You know, feelings come and go, impressions come and go. So it's finite. You know, it ends. Right. But then you have this other quality of your experience, which is infinite in the sense, not in the scientific or mathematical sense, but in the sense that it is indescribable. It's never coming and going. It's just always there.
It's kind of like what I experienced on DMT, just real short.
Yeah. Please.
When I did DMT, it ripped me out of my body vanished, this whole reality vanished, gone, poof, gone. And then what I experienced after that, it was an experience, but it was completely different. There was no individuality. There was no, oh, this is Sophia, the character, the person that lives this life. That all vanished. It was just, I had a sense of self, but in a unified way. There was no separation or disassociation. It was just one and oneness with all. And it was kind of like being a part of the universe. I don't know how else to explain it, or like being back in the womb, you know what I'm saying? And surrounded by all this love and all these reddish type of energies and shit. And my personality went away. That shit vanished. It was gone.
What's really interesting about that, Sophia, is that everyone says that about that DMT experience. Of course, I've done DMT, and I've done DMT with you. So yes. When I was down
I have pictures to prove it.
Yeah, it was a great time. One of the greatest vacations I've ever had in years, man.
Heck
just going there and just, you know, exploring consciousness together and having such wonderful experiences, being out in the park and the nature and having this DMT experience. It was so wonderful. You and Alex were great hosts. We had a really great time.
We had a whole safari out in Texas.
We really did, man. And yeah, that's the impression it left with me, even though like this particular DMT experience wasn't as powerful as, say, my first one or first few ones when I was living in California, but the impression is always the same. You lose your ego, you get into this state of just pure awareness, the I amness. You're like in that. You're not even there to experience other things, but just the pure I amness. So it gives you that feeling of oneness. Everything dissolves, and it gives you an experiential knowledge of the same thing we talk about intellectually, like that everything is one. You know, science talks about, you know, we were going over that non-locality. Sabine Hossenfelder was talking about it. All of this stuff, the self is an illusion.
Basically what happens is like it truly all becomes just mental. There's no more desire to do things like we do with the physical body for pleasure. Like we feel the need to eat because our body gets hungry. We feel the need to have sex because we like enjoy orgasms and we need to reproduce and all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you have that experience, it's purely mental. There's no need for any of the other experiences that we have as these individual human beings.
Absolutely. And Rupert Spira, I think someone was sort of asking certain questions that led to the description here of the finite and the infinite mind. So let me go through this really quick so y'all have a chance to see what I'm talking about here.
My challenge is I find these sessions sometimes often I think I don't know what. Yeah, again, I don't know what people are asking, and I don't know what you're explaining, and I guess I have a concern that on Friday I'll leave with maybe a similar experience to how 4.5 years ago, and yeah, I'm just wondering if you've got any or just how to navigate that, where I just sort of think, what was that question? And I don't know. It's like often actually when I hear people asking the questions, I want to fast, because they're 5 or 6 or 10 minutes long. I want to fast forward most of the question and just hear what you have to say back to them.
And then you want to fast forward my answers, presumably, as well. It's all right. The meeting will be over in 10 minutes, Mara.
So, I deliberated long and hard about actually asking.
Yeah, no, it's good that you've asked it. I'm glad you've asked it today and not next Friday. Yeah. Maris, where shall we start? Can you give me an example of something that I've said that you don't understand? Anything, and in a meditation? Or?
When you talk about the finite and then the infinite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And dream states.
Okay, no, let's just do one. The finite and the infinite. That's enough to be. Well, finite means limited, and limited means it begins and ends. It starts and stops. So a thought, a feeling, a sensation. By sensation, I use the word sensation very, very, for those of you that are here for the first time, very specifically. Sensation is the way we feel the body. Perception is the way we experience the world. So a sensation, your hand on the mic is a sensation. A headache is a sensation. The feeling of hunger is a sensation. Your feet on the floor is a sensation. Pain is a sensation. Pleasure is a sensation. Any other examples? I think you thirst, the temperature of your air on your skin. These are sensations. They're the way we feel the body. Perceptions are the way we experience the world. Sights, sounds, tastes, textures, and smells. So that's just... So your thoughts are limited. Limited and finite, I use the words synonymously. Your thoughts are limited. They start and stop. Your feelings, sensations, the hand on your mic. Take your hand off the mic. Change your hands over. That's in. One sensation's ended, another one's begun. Sensations are limited. Your perception of the world. Close your eyes. That's the sight of the world has just come to an end. Now open your eyes. A new sight has just begun. Now you're listening to the sound of my voice. Now the sound of my voice has disappeared. Now it's begun again. All this is finite experience, limited experience. And all experience, thoughts, images, feelings, sensations, perceptions, actions, relations, all experience is finite and limited. So it is there. And everything we experience through the mind, and by the mind I mean thinking and perceiving, or thinking, sensing and perceiving, everything we experience through the mind is limited.
So I want to pause that so when we get shut down if I play it too long. But yeah, so he's basically saying what I was saying earlier, that the way that he describes finite is ending, things that end, they're not there in a constant flow, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly how it was on DMT. Anything that had to do with physical sensations vanished, even physical sight. You know, it all vanished.
Yes, absolutely. It's like you just get into that part of you that is infinite, and he'll go into, you know, the flip of the coin, which is the infinite mind. So I'll get that going here.
The mind is like a pair of glasses that we look through. We look at the world through perception. And our glasses are limited, and therefore our experience of the world is limited. But is there an experience that is not limited? So I suggest that there is an experience, and that the experience of being. Do you understand what I mean by the experience of being? Are you now having the experience of being?
Yeah, I think I get that. Or I know I'm aware.
Okay. Do you find it easier when I talk about awareness or being?
Awareness.
Awareness, okay. So you are aware of your experience now. You are aware of thoughts, feelings, sensations, and perceptions. And all of those are limited or finite. But you're also having the experience of being aware. Yeah, not being aware of anything, just the experience of being aware. Tell us about that experience. Try and describe it. From your current experience, nothing fancy, nothing spiritual, just how would you describe the experience of being aware? It's difficult, but try.
I am.
Okay, that's good. Tell us more about it. Can you try to describe that experience to someone that's never had it? It's not possible, but imagine that someone didn't have the experience of being, the experience I am. How would you describe it to them?
I mean, I've.
No, don't go back to what I've said. In this moment, you are now having the experience that you refer to when you say I am. You can say from your experience, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you are experiencing being.
I am.
Tell us about it. It's difficult, but try. Try to say something that's true about it. I'm going to back up a little bit. Tell us about that experience of your hand on the mic.
It's hard.
Perfect. One other thing.
It's got a weight to it.
Okay, very good. Tell us about your experience of your feet on the floor.
Yeah, I can feel a little tingle.
Okay, tell us about the sight of this room.
I can see a blue velvet curtain.
Okay, tell us a memory.
I can. I remember losing a jacket.
Okay, tell us about a relationship. Any relationship.
Yeah. I've got 3 brothers.
Okay, and tell us about an activity that you engage in sometimes.
I play Scrabble.
Perfect. Okay, you didn't have much difficulty telling us about any of those things.
No.
Okay, now tell us about the experience of being. That's it. Why did you find it so easy to tell us about your thoughts, sensations, perceptions, activities, and relationships? Because there's something there, objective, finite, something to see or perceive or feel, and it's easy. It's cold, it's hard, it's lonely. Then when I ask you, in exactly the same way, just describe your thoughts, describe your feelings, describe your sensations, describe your perceptions, your activities, your relationships, describe being. You answered immediately all of those things. And when I asked you to describe the experience of being, you just fall silent. Why? Why couldn't you describe it?
Because it's indescribable.
Why is it indescribable? You're right, but why is it indescribable? Why was it so easy to describe the content of your experience, your thoughts, the sensation? Why was that so easy? Because there was always something there, objective, to describe: the blue color, the hard mic, the tingling sensation. Why couldn't you describe the experience of being, although you acknowledge you are having the experience of being, you are aware of being? Why do you just fall silent when you try to describe it? You're absolutely right. Your answer, the silent answer, was the best description you could have given. You're spot on, but I want to know why. I want you to know why.
I don't know how to answer that, really.
Yeah, so that's the nature of being, the I amness. So it's really, you really get in touch with that when you take psychedelics.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
it's so hard to describe. Like, a lot of people talk about hallucinations and things like that, but the thing about hallucinations is you can describe hallucinations pretty easy, you know, because they're objective pictures or something like that. And that's definitely part of psychedelics, but there's this other quality that's kind of hard to describe that makes it so, you know, weird. And above all that, it's like that impression that's left is indescribable, you know.
To me, it felt like healing as well, because the body is just imperfect and we're always feeling something, you know. Your little toe is hurting one day and the next day you may have a stiff back, especially when you get old like mine. And
Yeah.
so, you know, like it almost feels like a healing experience because you don't feel any of that. It just all goes away and you just feel your pure consciousness. And it doesn't have all these limitations and hang-ups, and it just, I don't know, it's like freedom, true freedom.
Yeah, it really is. It's a great feeling. It's so peaceful. And Joel Davis asks, it's a very general question. I don't think it's indescribable. It's just that it refers to some of all these experiences. Well, again, when you're describing perceptions, that's sort of, it's all kind of non-dual. So let's just first of all say that non-dualism is kind of that aspect. But if we were to use language to describe the different perceptions, it's easier to talk about the objective things rather than the subject thing. And this might be just the limitation of our language. And I think it is because our language is always geared towards the external, the outside world. We're always talking. I mean, that's the whole reason language works as a tool, right? Like, you describe
Right.
everything in terms of its opposite, like up, down, forward,
Plus
backwards.
it's more abstract. Like take two paintings, for example. You draw a sun and a moon or whatever, you can see that's an object. I know this object. I know what a sun is. I know what a moon is. So I can easily describe it. But when it's an abstract picture and you're asked to look at it and somebody says, "What do you see?" Well, that makes it a little more complicated, doesn't it?
Yeah. And Joel also asked a good question here. Existence can be hard to define, describe, and so on. But that's going to be the case no matter which ontological model is true. Is this correct? I think so. I think that's what Rupert Spira is actually saying, is that regardless of whether, you know, because he's a non-dualist idealist, right? And he admits it's hard to describe, to put the amness or the existence into a description. Really hard. He hasn't put forward one. So I think that what you're saying is essentially true. I think when we talk about metaphysics and ontology, now we're stepping out of the experiential and we're talking about thinking. Again, we're starting to use our left side of our brain and we're trying to like come up with explanations for this problem, the hard problem or whatever. So now we're engaged in thinking. So that's the way I like to look at it. So I kind of categorize these two things. Like non-dualism was more of a mystical way of talking about oneness, which is all experiential. It's kind of beyond description. And then you have the philosophical, which is like idealism. It's more like using your brain to sort of be logical and use frameworks and rules of logic to sort of describe something. So like we were saying this weekend, like with idealism versus materialism, at least the way that it's usually described, is it's based on an abstraction of numbers when you reduce it down. So you sort of use your left side of your brain to sort of describe all of these numbers and explanations for how, matter and then consciousness can emerge from these things. So it's sort of like a storytelling, a narrative. It's the isness. I'm describing reality is this. Whereas idealism would say, well, we're going to take a more
It just is.
Yeah, like we'll take a more parsimonious view and say the only thing that exists is consciousness, because then you don't have to abstract anything. You just go with your first hand experience, which may be right or wrong. No one's really saying that in a philosophical view there isn't, counters to that. But it's just, if you value parsimony or parsimony, then it seems like you would materialism in some ways or in some descriptions would be a bad thing, I guess you might say. Like a lot of people say, like, well, multiverses or parallel universes or all of these things, these unknowns maybe could explain consciousness. But then you're still using your consciousness to abstract these ideas the same way idealism does, so it all has the same problem in some ways. So I guess that's how I would explain. What do you think, Sophia? How would you answer that?
Lord,
I know that's a hard one.
let me see. Let me think for a second. Like, this is deep shit.
Yeah.
I don't really know what else to add to that. Honestly,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, to me, it comes down to duality and non-dualism, because I think that all these different belief systems, you know what I'm saying? Not even systems, but people have had different beliefs for ages and practices and rituals and stuff. And I think non-dualism practices kind of all express idealism. And then you have organized religion that, in my opinion, worships the tangible experience. And so they had to make God this human being and say that he was God. And they want you to look at the silicone icon, And so that one is limiting, though, because they believe they are materialists and they believe that the only thing that's real is the tangible. But not really, because, you can have, what is a thought? A thought isn't really anything tangible until you put it into motion and create something with that thought. You know what I mean? But when you talk about non-duality, you're saying that the thought exists regardless of anything. You know what I'm saying?
So Joel adds, but guys, non-dualism just means that there's only one fundamental layer of reality as opposed to two or more independent fundamental things. Of course, and that's the thing, is that we have to use language in order to convey ideas, and our language is limited. It's part of that limited mind. So we use language to kind of describe things based on their opposites. We reference things. We do, we talk about maybe pure awareness as opposed to thinking, for example. But it's all within a non-dual reality, right? Even like science can parse the universe up into little containers. Like we've got biology, and then we've got, you know, cosmology, as opposed to this or that, you know, different science. But there's just one reality. But where it's helpful is it gets you to focus on some aspect of reality, and our language kind of just reflects that, you know what I mean? But I really am so happy to see Joel Davis with these really good questions, man. That is so awesome. So how does that difference help us clear up this problem with defining existence? Defining existence.
Man, Joel, you messing me up.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the whole thing. Like there's ways to approach it. So as we were saying, like I was saying before, like with the mystical, or and you know, you can use that word or not, the experiential is more powerful, is what I'm saying. It's like it's beyond the words, the ineffable, the indescribable, but you have this firsthand knowledge of your amness, or the existence, the awareness that's beyond the description, right?
Let's take love.
Yeah.
Like, let's take love. Like, I can tell you I love you, and those words are meaningful, and you may appreciate that. But like he said, it's more powerful to actually experience it. And you can't really put that into words. You can't say why this person is perfect to you, even though they have flaws. But to you, that's your person. And you just love everything about them, even when they fuck up, you know? And you can't really describe why that is. You just know that's my person. So it's kind of like that, if that makes any sense.
That really does. And it's like, too, I was even thinking about this when you were saying that, is it just shows you how culture is so strong in influencing the way we think about things. Like our culture values the objective and the external and the measured so much that they've come to everybody's come to look at experiential knowledge as not that powerful, not that serious. We kind of
lose sight of that more powerful experience, because you know we're focusing more on the signs and the symbols.
All right, we've got the Uncarved Block. This is Logan, who I was on his show the other night, and we were talking about the transgender thing. I think, Sophia, you were there in the live chat when we were having that conversation.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Logan, man. How are you doing, brother?
Hey,
Shout
Logan.
out. Hey. And so he's saying, letting it play in the background, but hopefully helping you out with a view and a light. Gotta get ready to have birthday lunch with my daughter, her birthday. Hey, happy birthday to the daughter. And,
happy birthday.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Maybe tonight we can do, because I'm actually off today, so I'm thinking we can do the inauguration, because I think Logan reached out and wanted to do a live stream regarding Trump's inauguration reaction. So if you want to do that, man, let me know later on today. I think I'll be free for it, so just let me know, man. And thank you so much.
Cool.
Yep. Happy birthday, little chip off the block. So you got love, man.
Yes.
That's so cool. Yeah, so the next thing, what did I want to get into? So we talked a little bit about Rupert Spira on that. There's other topics we can always get into, but one of the things I wanted to go over Saturday was Mr. Tom Campbell. And this kind of goes to, I think, what Joel was talking about. Like, there are people that want to prove idealism scientifically. Like, I don't really know how. I haven't looked at exactly, or if it's making a lot of sense exactly how this guy is doing it. But Joe Rogan had Mr. Thomas Campbell on, and I followed him since 2013. Really smart guy. He worked at NASA. He's a physicist, and he's into computers. and he uses the computer analogy a lot to kind of talk about idealism, but because he's a physicist, he feels like quantum mechanics can actually explain ultimate being, you know, and he goes over exactly, or he doesn't go over exactly how he does it in the interview, but he talks about roughly how he does it. And so maybe this is something that Joel was looking for that may be able to help in that regard. So I did want to bring that up. So I'm going to play this guy as soon as this ad finishes, and I'm going to share the video. Boom. Let me get ready to present it. No, not that one. Not that one. That was a little short. Sorry, I'll get this together in a second. I got so many videos up, man.
Your mind always going and going and going and going. I was like, damn,
Always.
Scott, I can't even keep up with you no more.
I know, man. I just love this conversation so much. But here we go. So I'm going to go ahead and play this, and he's describing it.
I don't know, year 3 or 4.
So you're
in graduate school.
Deeply engrossed in this work.
Yes.
This is occupying your mind
Exactly.
all day long. And some other area of consciousness had perceived errors that were indiscernible to you, through your eyes.
Yes, the things that, you know, when you look at, when you're looking for errors and you have to look through one card at a time through 2,000 cards, it's tedious and it's long. So I'm sitting there, and in my mind I'm thinking, oh man, my job, bombed. What is it? What card is it? Which, what's the problem? So I put that, it's kind of, I didn't intend to, but just thinking about it, I put that intent out there. Mm-hmm. And when I put that intent out there, I started seeing my lines of code. And it's like, what's that? Oh, I recognize that. That's my code.
And was it all accurate? Like, did you see anything that wasn't incorrect?
No, it was always accurate. And that was like hitting a hard-headed physicist with a sledgehammer. It was always accurate. Matter of fact, I got so good at it, people were asking me, Tom, could you look at my code and help me debug it? Because I was doing much better than the average guy.
Was that working with other people's code as well, things that you weren't familiar with?
I didn't try that. I always said no, because I had no idea.
Right, you were working with magic.
I was working magic. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to break the spell, like
what
you
was
say.
the attitude around the other scientists when you were describing these experiences that you were having?
I didn't describe those experiences I was having. When you're a physicist, you don't tell people things like that. It's impossible. And everybody knows it's impossible, so you don't go around talking about things that are impossible happening to you, because that's not
right.
That's not good. So I kept it to
myself. Not good for business. No,
not good for business. So when other people say, "Well, can you help me?" I really don't have time to help you, because I wasn't going to tell them what was going on. That was So
what did you tell them? Like, did you come up with some sort of an excuse, or how you were able to do this?
No, I wasn't really in a group. Each person's doing their own research in their own way at their own time, writing their own software, writing their own programs. And so it's an individual thing. I didn't really interact with it. And you know how it is when something happens and you have no idea why or how? You don't want to break it.
Right.
You don't.
See, my dad is a programmer, and he's a really good programmer, right? And my dad used to tell me that, because I'd ask him, because he got recognized by Ronald Reagan one time, and he wrote him a letter, because he had actually wrote the code for the first radio frequency devices used in the conflict in Panama. And,
wow.
And it got used, and it helped in that whole thing. And so my dad used to talk about all these ideas. He used to tell me about the internet before it came out. And one day he told me, he said, son, you know, and my dad, let me tell you something about my dad. My dad is very super no nonsense. He does not believe in anything. Like he does not talk about anything extraordinary. But he used to tell me, he used to come home so excited about some program or some breakthrough he made at work for the federal government. And he said, I don't know where this stuff comes from. It's like I grab it out of the air. He goes, it just comes to me. And it's the same thing. He was also a black belt in judo, and he used to teach a judo class. He used to have a dojo down here in Florida. And we used to go to his judo class. And he used to always talk about, you have to get into this state where you can see yourself outside of your body. And I never understood what the hell are you talking about. He said, because anytime I win a judo match, I never do it in my body. I always do it outside my body. And he would just say stuff and then walk away, like never really explain it. And then I finally understood what he meant. He says he gets into these flow states. And the flow states are kind of like you're not really perceiving time or the self. It's kind of like a DMT experience.
Yes.
And then everything kind of flies on automatic, and then it's the most peaceful place, like these clouds we're floating in right now. Like it's just like
it's like you're just tapping into like infinite wisdom. It's all there available to grab, but because of the physical limitations, like the things that we can see with our eyes, those are all distractions from that. But when when you like let go of that and you train your mind into like being in a meditative state, like kind of away from all of that clutter, you just start to tap into all this infinite wisdom that just kind of comes to you. And I think that's where inspiration comes from. I mean, yeah, we can get inspired by each other. You know, you could say something that inspires me, but I'm talking about like on that level. You know what I mean?
Yes, it's a really weird. It's one of those ineffable experiences of amness. It's part of that. It's you kind of like leave your world of perception and you come to this other world of perception or domain of perception, if you will. This just,
and it's all mental. It's just all mental.
Yeah. And that's what Thomas Campbell was talking about. And if you watch the whole video, he kind of talks about how he's went to the Monroe Institute. And you know what I'm going to do? I decided this morning I'm going to try to go there. Cuz hey, I'm a single guy. I've got time on my hands. My child support will be done in April. I'll have a little extra money to get on a plane and do it. From what I understand,
come.
Oh man, we're gonna do it then because they're open for going in there and volunteering and doing this whole OBE thing, which I think is a weird term, out of body experience. It's like it kind of like to soul language. I don't believe in souls, you know. I believe that in something else. But anyways, that's a whole other subject. But it talks about that OBE experience and how to
sounds like OB-GYN, man.
Yeah, it's like Obi-Wan Kenobi type shit. But, you know, I don't think it's that deep. But anyways, he goes into idealism here and his solution. Anyways, I wanted to play this part really quick.
Got there through a very circuitous path. I got there through understanding and learning and doing research in consciousness, basically paranormal things, and did research in the non-physical. I get out of body and I do things, paranormal things that had evidence, like remote viewing has evidence. You either got it right or you get it wrong. And I would then change a variable and do it again, change a variable and do it again. And I could get back in the same state very precisely because I'd done it hundreds of times. And eventually, by varying one variable at a time, I figured out how it worked and why it worked.
Oh, real quick, shout out to Cafe. He's the perennialist philosopher I was telling you about that hopefully you can call in, man. I've got the link here, so if you want to go backstage, I can bring you on. He's been on a few of my shows here on the discussion, and really nice guy, really interesting. And anyways, I just wanted to give him a quick shout out.
I definitely would like to hear about what is it called? Perennialism?
Yes. Yes, he can
That
tell you
sounds
all
interesting.
about that. It really is, man.
And there are a few things that are key to it. Like one is that consciousness is what's fundamental. That's the fundamental thing, is consciousness. Everything else is a subset of that. Everything else is derived
Agreed.
from that.
Yep, me too.
Now, that goes back, that idea goes all the way back to Plato with his analogy of people in a cave. And all they were aware of was the shadows on the wall. You're probably familiar with that. Everybody is. And those people were called idealists. Idealists believe that the physical world isn't really the fundamental thing. There's something behind that, something invisible, something we can't see, that we're not aware of. And the physical world is just the kind of the thing we interact with, but it's not the real thing. The real thing's behind it. Idealists. So they turned out to be correct. That is right. But the idealists got stuck. And if you talk to idealists now, you'll see what they're stuck on is that, well, and that most of them at this point think that consciousness is that thing that's out there. And you say, well, if consciousness is fundamental, then you need to be able to derive physics from it. So can you do that? And they say, well, no, they can't. But I can, and I did. I can derive physics. I can derive quantum physics. So I know how quantum physics works, and it's not weird science at all. It's a logical science, just like all the rest of the branches of science. Once you understand it, all those mysteries just fall out.
Fitness isn't just about.
So yeah, I hear what he's saying. But
That's what I've always said, though.
Mm-hmm.
I've always said it's just science, but because we don't understand it, we call it magical and mystical.
Yeah, I get that part, but it kind of goes back to what Alex O'Connor was saying at the beginning. You're still using science to try to understand. You're still using consciousness to try to understand consciousness. On the other hand, he's saying you're using quantum physics, but quantum physics is still, physical. So it's kind of like what Sabina Hassenfelder was saying earlier too. She was saying she thought that the universe was like this conscious mind, right?
But
and she was saying, and she was using quantum mechanics to actually tie it all together. I think the same way he is too.
Right, but isn't there a difference? Like, science can only quantify what's like tangible, right, or material, but quantum mechanics is more like the underlying reality that we don't see with our eyes and can't even really measure, right? So wouldn't that be different from whatever like regular science?
Yeah, like it's true. Like quantum mechanics or quantum science works totally different with different rules than say like Newtonian physics or like everyday physics, like I don't know, descriptions of the planets, cosmology, things like the very large works a whole lot different, than the very small,
Yeah, like for example, the Dagon tribe, right? We talked about this before. They already had an idea of quantum mechanics and what the atom, technically would look like or whatever. And as a mystic, we have mental experiences completely unrelated to what we can physically perceive with our eyes. And a lot of times those mental perceptions happen to coincide with what science found out like way later, So in a way, quantum mechanics is not really, like just science.
It's almost like everybody's saying the same thing using different language. It's kind of like quantum non-locality, like Sabina Hassenfelder and this Thomas Campbell guy. They talk about quantum non-locality is actually the explanation. And what it's really describing is this oneness where there's really no separation at the deeper level. Everything is sort of in one, you know.
And yeah,
And so
entangled.
causation, it's all entangled. Yeah, it's like there's no separation as we describe it in our everyday language, but yet our everyday experience is real. So it creates like this almost a seeming paradox, yet we can make predictions off quantum mechanics. In fact, it's one of the most successful theories in science is quantum mechanics. So we can't like throw it out as woo-woo. It's actually very real. And then the mystics and everybody else are kind of saying the same thing, just in different language. It's always like more and more metaphors on top of metaphors on top of analogies, just to get to the same idea, you know.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, Joel said it. More metaphors, always with the metaphors, right? That's the thing, man. It's like that, you know. And I don't know if you are aware, Joel Davis. Are you aware of Roger Penrose? He's a big theoretical physicist, mathematician, Nobel Prize winner. Him and Stuart Hameroff, which is an anesthesiologist, have developed over the years a theory called Orc-Or, which is like a materialist explanation for consciousness. So it's kind of the same thing. They're saying that entanglement explains consciousness on that level, right? I don't know if you've ever heard of that. He said, yeah, I've heard the name for sure. Okay, Roger Penrose. Maybe I should pull that video up. Maybe that would be helpful.
Try to catch up on the comments, see what everybody's saying. For some reason, I can't pull up the comments next to our video.
Oh, you're on the phone.
Yeah, my laptop sucks ass.
Let's see. Yeah, here's a short one, short enough. I never want to play some real long, drawn-out, bloviating video. And believe me, these scientists tend to bloviate a lot, man. But
Cafe, you should come in because I like the stuff you're saying.
yeah, come on in when you get a chance.
It's just like the word psychopath, like he's telling the truth, because psychopath, when you actually break down the whole word, it actually means a tortured soul.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and try to share this one. Just, you know, just for the audience, because we keep talking about stuff and I'm never showing you stuff. So I want to make sure. This is Stuart Hameroff, and he's talking about this Orc-Or thing, orchestrated objective reduction to explain consciousness. And hopefully it's not too technical. The guy does it kind of technical. If it gets that way, because I haven't even seen this video, so let me just see what happens.
Vitalism, and this could be the sign of it. This could be exactly what he was talking about. Well, thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thanks to the organizers. It's been a fantastic event. Having a wonderful time. I am going to raise this question, and I'm going to argue that consciousness came first, and you'll see why. People say, well, you got to define consciousness. What do you mean by that? And that's true. But we also have to define life, because it's not as straightforward as sometimes people think. So there are ways to define it, to describe it, functional approaches, Lynn Margulis Sagan, as its function, self-organization, metabolism, growth, etc. But these describe what life does, not what it is. And a weather pattern, like the great red spot of Jupiter, can have these traits. Complexity, nonlinear dynamics, chaos theory, etc., etc. But inanimate objects have these also. In the 19th century, there was vitalism. People talked about a unifying energy field, a life force, élan vital, pervading living systems. But this was based either on electromagnetism or forces outside science, and with molecular biology, DNA, etc. Vitalism became taboo and ridiculed, actually. However, Schrödinger, 1935, in his book What is Life, suggested life's unitary oneness derived from quantum coherence and that memory was stored in aperiodic or periodic crystal lattices. But critics say biology is too warm, wet, and noisy. Or is it? It's not. It depends where in biology you look. Biology is not a monolithic slab. It's highly heterogeneous. We'll come back to that point. So, for example, where you find the quantum is where you find the organic chemistry. Aromatic rings are the basis of organic chemistry. They're hexagons of carbon with 3 extra electrons forming pi resonance clouds conducive to quantum effects. And these are found, they're inside biomolecules. They're oil-like. Oil and water don't mix. So these structures get away from the water, coalesce inside molecules, for example, proteins, to avoid the water. And this is where the quantum stuff happens. So these pi resonance clouds, they're benzene. They go in your gas tank. They're highly combustible in bulk form. But when they're arrayed in a geometry, they have incredible quantum properties. Graphene, for example, fullerenes, buckyballs. And the pi resonance clouds induce van der Waals dipoles in each other, which attract, then couple, and oscillate. So we start with 2 rings, and the 3 bars are the extra electrons. And when they get near, the electrons in one repel the electrons in the other.
Sophia, before we go on, can you go ahead and give us a breakdown of the dipole oscillations so we understand that part?
Seriously? I was about to say, like, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. I'm stupid.
I mean, it goes into a lot of terminology. I'm gonna try to skip
he's
over.
He's doing that shit like it's his second nature, man.
I'm telling you, man. Hold on.
And we proposed Froehlich coherence, and then my friend Anirban Bandyapade discovered in microtubules coherent oscillations at a number of different frequencies. So this shows his 10 years of experiments at 3 scales. Here's neurons. You can see the neurons, and these are the probes. Here's 1 microtubule with 10 probes on it, and here's a row of the tubulins with 4 probes. And in each case, he would apply an alternating current. So microtubules are insulators, but if you sweep the AC current, you'll find certain frequencies where they become highly conductive, almost superconductive. And these happen every 3 orders of magnitude. So starting at the slow end, the big end, in kilohertz. So hertz is where EEG is and where neurons act. But you find kilohertz, 1,000 hertz, 1,000 cycles per second, 1,000,000 cycles per second, and then you go here and you see the same kilohertz, megahertz, and gigahertz, 1,000,000,000 cycles per second. And when you get down here, you see the megahertz, the gigahertz, and the terahertz. And in each case, the conductance pattern has a characteristic triplet of triplet morphology. So there are 3 peaks, and each peak has 3 peaks. So here you can see it in cross section, 3, and each one has 3. And these triplets of triplets are also found in DNA, RNA, and other molecules, and we'll come back to that. We think it's basically a fundamental indicator of living systems. And there's Anirban. So if you look at the big picture of a neuron, so people talk about hierarchies in the brain going that way, larger and larger, slower and slower, networks and networks. But if you go inside the neuron, you get to the microtubule network at 1,000 hertz, a kilohertz, a microtubule at a 1,000,000 hertz, a megahertz, rows of tubulin dipoles, 1,000,000,000 gigahertz, and tubulin in the terahertz that we saw before. And this is actually petahertz, so 600 terahertz would be along here. And this is where the dipoles oscillate and where the anesthesia acts to block the oscillations to take away consciousness. So,
right. So what he's really saying here is that
I'm glad you know what the hell he's saying.
Yeah, so he's saying in all living systems, even cells have this microtubulin. So tubulin is like an isolated structure within the cells, right? Even single cells. So what happens though is there's frequencies that come in, like energetic frequencies that come in to these microtubulin. And the higher that those frequencies are, the more that they kind of orchestrate a conscious experience, especially when they unify over millions of different tubulin. throughout.
So
the
how do those frequencies come in?
Through different ways, like your sense organs, for example, like sight, sound, perception, different ways for different sort of creatures, I guess. But like
So
the brain is always getting input from the outside world, and then it's actually taking this energy or this frequency, and the more frequencies it's getting and the more unified the frequency is, the more you're going to have a conscious experience, from what I understand.
So your experience becomes more and more complex.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Wow, that is so cool.
That's the way I understand it. And I've been reading his books, and it all started with Roger Penrose's first book was called The Emperor of the Mind, I think it was. It's such a long time ago. Came out like 1989. And he was thinking that consciousness has a quantum mechanical feature, because in his mind, the very act of experiencing, or this awareness, or this I amness, is not computable, as differentiated from anything else in reality. And the only thing that's not computable like that would be quantum mechanics, at least in the classical way. So he's saying that consciousness could be computable quantumly. So he's thinking consciousness had a quantum sort of foundation. But then the problem was, quantum can, the quantum effects, like say quantum tunneling or entanglement or quantum superposition, they require that they're isolated, like these electrons or photons are isolated from the noise of the outside world. So
meditation.
well,
they gotta go meditate.
Right. But what he's talking about is more like energetically, like one cell can't bump into another, or it has to be isolated. Like, for example, a quantum computer, like when I was living in Irvine, I went to this company called D-Wave. It's right there on the University of Irvine, right? And they have these huge, giant computers. And this was back in like 2016, right? And I've never seen a quantum computer before. And they were saying, yeah, and they were explaining, the guy, when he toured us through there, they look like big monoliths. And he says, actually, the chips in these things, you can't even see them. They're at the quantum level. They're like nanotechnology. But in order to house these, they have to be inside these huge monolith structures. And he says, and the temperature has to be like something like 130 degrees minus Kelvin temperature. Like, it's got to be well below zero, like real cold. And he says that's the only way that the quantum computers are going to really work, because the particles have to, the bits, the quantum bits, they're called qubits, they have to be isolated from the outside world. So the big, problem for Roger Penrose in explaining consciousness from a quantum thing was, how can something like a brain operate quantumly, because it's so wet and noisy and, it's room temperature, it's just not possible. But then Stuart Hameroff, he's an anesthesiologist, right? So his whole job is to take consciousness away from people, right? So he was saying that, well, the way anesthesia seems to work is it sends like this this constraint to the microtubules, and it gets rid of that frequency inside those microtubules. And it seems like whenever you take the frequency away, the consciousness goes away. So that
kind of sounds like the microtubule is kind of like a highway that channels some type of energy, and then you basically block the channel.
Right, you block the channel. And the great thing about microtubules is they're so small that they're actually isolated from any other activity in the brain. So
but see, that
makes sense.
That reminds me of what Bernardo Kastrup said about when he said this basically disproves materialism, because he said when a person gets in an accident, for example, and they have a certain type of brain injury, let's say the brain is that highway that channels consciousness, then like those who have a certain type of trance state or damage to certain parts of the brain, all of a sudden, like, consciousness is even more active with less brain activity.
Right. I remember that. Yeah. Hey, real quick, we got Cafe on the line. How's it going, man?
Yeah, pretty good, man. I just have superficial damage from that car accident, but
Yeah, I'm sorry
yeah,
to hear that, dude.
no, it's alright. It's San Antonio, and the weather's been real cold lately, and people don't know how to drive in the ice.
Yes.
Mm.
And same thing here. Everything shuts down.
But no, I really appreciate the discussion you guys are having, and the simplest analogy I would put forward would probably be the notion that the brain is a transceiver for consciousness rather than being, from the materialist standpoint, the
Right.
generator of consciousness.
Right.
Because a lot of materialist atheist types will cling on to this notion that neuroscience somehow suggests that consciousness is generated within the brain. And this is an assumption out of materialism. I know we've used this metaphor before, Scott, where I think it was originally used by Graham Hancock on one of Joe Rogan's podcasts, where he said, you have two metaphors. So either you have, he says, consciousness is produced like in a similar fashion that a factory will produce cars. And so as long as the factory is producing cars, your consciousness is being generated. So if you destroy the factory, then you destroy the source of consciousness, where it comes from. Whereas if you have like the analogy coming from a spiritualist vantage point, if the brain is a transceiver for consciousness, if you destroy the brain, you still haven't necessarily destroyed consciousness.
Right. See, that's what Stuart Hameroff's orc theory with Roger Penrose kind of says the same thing. It's like saying that the consciousness comes from frequencies in nature, in the universe. And so the brain is just mediating, kind of like a receiver, kind of like an antenna, and it's mediating all those frequencies and it is how we get the experience of the outside world. So that's kind of what he's saying too there.
Yeah, and I agree with that, because Schrodinger said something similar. He said the total number of minds in the universe is one. I think it was in his essay Mind and Matter. In fact, consciousness is a singularity phasing within all beings. And yeah, many people have echoed this throughout history. Like Aldous Huxley speaks about the mind at large, or what he called the reducing valve of consciousness.
Yes.
That in our in a sober state of mind, we get a trickle of the full onslaught of what consciousness really is. Because we need to navigate in our our bodies in three-dimensional space with our ego. So
right.
And so so we only get a slice of what it is. But when you his theory behind psychedelics is that when you take psychedelics, it dissolves the ego to the point where now you have the full spectrum of consciousness. And
Sophia uses a similar analogy. She calls it like the fractals, like fractaling off.
I agree with that 100%. It's kind of like, to me, it's like split personality. One singularity splitting itself off into multiple pieces, and we're all fractals of all that is, so to speak.
Yeah, that sounds like I noticed that Paul Missa was in the chat, and I was listening to his call in the line, and he was quoting Bill Hicks. Maybe you've heard that quote. He says, where he's all, today a young man on acid realized that we're all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we're the imagination of ourselves. It's a little skit that he had that was.
But do you understand how us idealists look like nuts calling into those shows? I never understood. Like, you called into that atheist experience cafe.
Oh yeah.
And remember that? And then like you guys are calling like the line and stuff like that. And like Logan called into the line and was talking about the transgender thing. And I'm like, dude, you are going to get nowhere with those guys.
Oh yeah,
They
no,
are
I
not trying to
agree.
hear that.
That's like banging your head against a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, even when I told Matt Dillahunty to, I challenged him to, try a heroic dose of psychedelics, because I know he's probably tried psychedelics, but not obviously when he gives an account, he talks about a very obvious recreational experience, which these neuroscientists like Johns Hopkins, for instance, they're not talking about recreational experiences. They're giving volunteers a single high dose, which is required, to elicit something like a mystical experience. And so when I told him to sign up at Johns Hopkins, he hung up on me, of course. But
I remember.
But see, the point is the high dose. And when they show studies of they have atheists that had this experience, they show that they can no longer identify with atheism afterwards.
Right.
So I think that would be one way to challenge their mindset. Of course, a lot of them are probably chicken shit. They wouldn't do it anyway. But
let me ask you something, Cafe. Am I saying that right, Cafe?
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yes.
How would you? What would you say would disprove materialism?
I don't think materialism is proven,
Right, but what would you say that would just completely blow it out of the water?
I would say, studying things like mystical experience, for instance, which is still, we've only scuffed our feet on the mat in a neuroscientific sense of trying to understand this phenomenon. We don't, neuroscience doesn't even have a full grasp on what consciousness necessarily is. And, I think if we can't even understand the phenomenon of mystical experience, then we can never hope to understand what consciousness is itself. And, I think one step would be, precisely what's being done today with studying, these psychedelic states of mind. You probably heard of the study. There's a study in the UK where they release DMT through the IV drip in the bloodstream. And so they can keep you there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just going to add that they can keep you there for potentially hours if you can withstand it. I think the volunteer that stood it the longest was I think 4 hours, which is insane to stay in that state of mind.
It's freaking awesome though. It can really harm you, it's all mental. It can't really harm you.
Yeah. There's known, like I think there was a lady it was on MSN. I think it was she had mistaken some lines on a table for cocaine. It was powdered LSD, and so she took something like 30,000 micrograms of LSD, like probably the biggest dose anyone's ever taken ever. And she tripped for about 3 days, but after she came back to the baseline of consciousness, she was better off then than she was prior to it. Like she said, she no longer experienced depression and all the stuff all the benefits that are being announced at all these universities that are studying psychedelics and stuff like that for depression, for drug addiction, and all of that, alcoholism, so on and so forth. And so, it's definitely beneficial, even, and I don't think there's, like, you probably know there's known lethal dose on LSD. You could literally probably take as much as you can, withstand and survive.
I mean, the only drawback with LSD is like, it can definitely cause you to lose touch with like the material. And so as a human being, you don't really want that to happen either, because then you're more close to a schizophrenic who no longer.
I agree.
But let me rephrase that question, because I saw what Joel said. How would you? Let me see how I would phrase that, because he wasn't really satisfied with that answer. How would you prove that materialism, which states that matter creates consciousness, how would you disprove that, since idealists believe that it's consciousness that produces reality? And I agree with the guy who said maps don't create places.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see his comments. Yeah, and I wasn't trying to appeal to ignorance there. I was trying to say that I think if we eventually, if we do come to a full understanding of what consciousness is, then that would erase our notions of what materialism is, because I think consciousness works more in this way that we're invoking. You know, this like this transceiver metaphor that we were using earlier, that there is only one mind, and you know, and mystics throughout the ages have touched upon it through mysticism,
Yes.
you know, with non-duality, and
What the magician represents in the tarot.
yes, and that, you know, Scott mentioned perennial philosophy, and that's
Yes.
essentially what the perennial philosophy is. You know, it's based in mysticism, and you know, mystics of all the world's major religions, whether it be Buddhism, Taoism, Christianity, Judaism, all the mystics have all argued, yet through different languages, for this same you know, spiritual vision that they all share. You know, Meister Eckhart said the theologians may quarrel, but the mystics of the world speak the same language. And
yeah,
this is what he was talking about. And if you read into perennial philosophy, you know, mystics often feel like they're vessels that this one mind is speaking through, and so they don't really see themselves as you know, some kind of specific theologian in some particular religion that they must defend. They often will see a harmony between all the major religions, and a shared vision throughout all the mystics of each religion. You know, so that nirvana of the Buddhists, or the samadhi of Hindus, the Holy Spirit of the Christians, are all various ways of saying one and the same thing.
So maybe we just can never put it into words. We just have to get everybody to experience it. So we should just like start looking at DMT and give everybody the incentive to maybe try it.
Yeah, well, you said, like, I don't know if you ever read the work of Terence McKenna, but he believed that, you know, what a schizophrenic was, you know, he says, if you look at a schizophrenic in our society, you know, they're kind of outsiders in the social scheme, and they're considered people who can't hold a job, or, you know, there's something up with them, there's something wrong with them, and they need to go see a doctor, and so forth. Whereas if you go to a shamanic society of someone experiencing schizophrenic tendencies, they're upheld as someone who could lead the society.
They become the medicine men and women of their society.
Yeah, they become the next shaman, and they're taught to lead them in, you know, in spiritual matters, and you know,
they're seen as mediators between the two worlds.
Yes. And it may be that schizophrenia, because I don't even believe that schizophrenia is itself an understood phenomenon. It may be that people who are schizophrenics maybe have a natural tendency to mystical experience, and because we understand so little about it, we pour this label on them of schizophrenic.
I agree, because like in shamanism, they call it the shaman sickness. And it's either going to make you or break you. So those who are made by it, they become travelers, and they're able to bring back the information from the other world. And then they learn how to balance between both worlds, and they become like ambassadors. But if the shaman sickness defeats them, then they forever lose that cord to the material realm, basically.
Yes. Yeah. I think because, you know, we're just starting now to understand things like this in a more scientific sense, in a sense that the materialists love to grab onto intellectually, they bite into. You know, now we're just starting to develop terms for all of these things to which, you know, prior there was no terms for. You know, like for instance, Scott mentioned that he didn't necessarily believe in the soul. You know, this is a common a materialist comment that's real common, you know. And when I look into it, I see, you know, when you look at the time of the Greek philosophers like Plato and Plotinus and so forth, you know, there was the term soul. I mean, I'm sorry, the term consciousness. It wasn't coined yet. It's not something that didn't appear.
Exist.
Yeah, in the literature till like I think early 1600s with Rene Descartes' work. And then the term as we know it didn't it wasn't coined until the 17th century. So prior to that, there was the way they spoke about when they refer to what we call consciousness. They use the word psyche or psyche in
Psyche.
you know, yeah. And then
That's what I was. Oh my God! I'm hearing feedback.
You may have a tab. Close your tabs out.
Hold up now, because this is bad.
But yeah, like the soul that I'm referring to is probably the dualistic soul, like the the dualism.
Yeah, sure. I think that's the one that, you know, people doubt, but I really believe that you know, it was something. I think
but
with
I
the
may
work
be
of
wrong.
Descartes.
But on the other hand, I may be wrong because a lot of people experience and wholeheartedly believe in souls, like people that have near-death experiences. They believe that it is actually a separate dual thing. So I may be wrong about that. I just can't make sense of it intellectually, but that might be my problem.
Yeah, it's hard to put these things into words. I mean, like I think that's why, you know, even if you study religion, it's so hard to grasp it, especially if you've never had something like a mystical experience, because I think a lot of religious literature, a lot of religious texts are about those non-dual states of mind, and they're speaking from that vantage point. And so without having the source of that vantage point, without in your own direct experience, then, you know, it's almost like you're reading gibberish, you know, because I mean, those states, you know, they encompass you know, transcendence of space and time, transcendence of your ego, all your limitations, your bodily limitations, you know. Every boundary seems to dissolve in that state of mind, and I can only probably count. I've taken psychedelics a lot, and I out of all the times I've done it at high doses, I think I've probably only experienced that full blown ego death mystical experience one time. And and I've every other attempt is an attempt to try to get back at it, and you know, I think go ahead.
Well, there's something I meant to share, and I shared it with Sophia the other day. So I'm a, you know, obviously I'm a seeking person. I'm a seeker. You know, I'm always looking for answers and especially experiences. I'm very open to experiencing things because, hey, man, we live only once, and as far as I know, and at least in this form. And so I don't want to go through this life just dismissing things and not really trying things. So for those that think it's crazy to look for things like out-of-body experiences and stuff like that, I don't care. I'm trying to experience all that shit, right?
I think you're seeking atonement at one mind.
At one mind, yes. And you know, it's a fun thing to do. And so the other day I was given the idea of now I'm getting an echo. Check 1
What's
2.
going on?
Okay, there we go. So I was doing a lucid dreaming, one of those videos. You know, I can't even remember who it was, but it was one of these videos where you do this meditation for lucid dreaming. And man, it worked, but it didn't even give me a lucid dream. It gave me an out-of-body experience, which was really weird. And I have never really had that outside of my DMT experience, but this one was a lot different. I went through that, and it was such a real experience that it scared the living crap out of me, man. It's like I went out of my body, or it felt like I went out of my body, whatever that really means. And it's like I lost balance. It scared me. I lost balance, and then I just shot back into my body, right? And it was very weird and profound, and I've been trying to do that ever since. Again, I want to see what happens, you know. But I don't know. Has anybody else had any kind of experience like that?
I've had multiple lucid dreams ever since I was a kid, and I always wonder if this is necessarily what people mean by out of body experiences. I know out of body experiences more so refer to the possibility that, you know, our consciousness can kind of like exist outside the body. Like if you're a floating point of view that's being projected outward, and so that, you know, you could see what's happening, you know, outside in the neighborhood where you don't necessarily have to be there, or somewhere remote. You know, like kind of remote viewing is another term
Yes.
that's often thrown around.
Yeah, because
that's exactly how it is.
It really is, because it wasn't like I was asleep. I was wide awake, kind of like I am now. It would be similar to, like, you feel how awake you are right now, and just imagine you're just as awake as you are now, and yet now you're looking at your body, looking at this thing. It's like it's not a dreamy thing; it's a real thing. So that's what was so scary about it.
Yeah, and then he was just saying that I find that people who believe in mystical experiences have difficulty defining what's mystical in any meaningful way. Well, what I call mystical is just simply things that we can't explain with science, but they're very real experiences, and because we can't quantify it and measure it, it's automatically dismissed. And I'm saying we should actually embrace what I would call circumstantial evidence. So like he said earlier, cafe, mystics have always had these kinds of experiences, and it don't matter where you go, you know, anywhere in the world, these experiences are always very, very similar. And so what I started doing as a mystic, because I've had out-of-body experiences since I've been a kid, and it was involuntarily. It's not something I chose to do, and I tried to suppress it for many years. But I started to write down my visions and all these out-of-body experiences. And so if the shit happened later on, I have proof that I foresaw it. Or like one time I had an out-of-body experience that was exactly like Cafe just explained. And I was actually going to my friend's house, and I was looking in her window, and I told her, hey, I'm in front of your window. I was in front of your window, and I saw what you were wearing and everything. And she freaking texted me and told me that her dog was sick. So she had me on her mind. And because she had me on her mind, I somehow picked up on that. And I had an out-of-body experience, walked to her house, saw her in her room. And that's literally what she really was wearing. Because when she texted me, I flew over there to see about her dog and everything. And so the experience was just like real. Like I walked to her house, I looked in her window, but my body was in my bed. But I definitely was there because she was wearing exactly what I said she was wearing. So that's what we're talking about. And that's the only meaningful way I could explain it. And nobody's going to believe that. So we really don't talk about it.
Right.
Like,
And it's not even necessary. It's kind of like Joel Davis asked a question. So something we can't explain points to idealism and disproves materialism. That's the fallacy I was pointing to. Well, just to let you know, at least as far as what we're saying here, is proof is kind of a strong word. So I would say that materialism doesn't add up definitionally, and so it's just hard for me to understand it, whereas idealism is probably a little more easier for us to understand because of the different problems that exist. It doesn't mean that that's proof of anything. And like,
okay, but what about
proof and again, we got to understand, like, for me, I don't care. Like, I really don't care what the truth really is. Whatever it is, I want to know what it is. And so I'm going to go for the most, if I'm going to make a hypothesis, I want to make the most parsimonious, I want parsimony to be the guide, like the least amount of assumptions going in, right? That's just logical. But on the other hand, when you talk about mystical experiences and non-dualism, this is a more experiential sort of knowing. So it's not really something you can satisfy intellectually to someone else who's never had that experience to begin with. So
I mean,
it's
that's
really
true.
hard to talk about in that way.
That's true, but at the same time, we do have some things that if you use your logic, you could say, okay, I'm kind of leaning towards this rather than that. Like, for example, if it's been proven that when you have certain kind of brain damage or when you're in some kind of trance-like state, according to materialism, if the brain creates consciousness, then how is consciousness even more active when there's less brain activity? Like, explain that.
Yeah, I would also phrase it differently than Joel in the chat. Like, yeah, I don't think anyone said something we can't explain. I think that we're more hinting towards the notion of something once explained would, disprove materialism. That's more the sense that I would have put it in. And,
Yes.
yeah, regarding, articulating mystical experience, referring to these studies, they've developed measures and ways to at least take a crack at it. Like if you look at William James, a lot of the work now is based on William James' work in the Varieties of Religious Experience, which is the book he wrote originally towards this phenomenon. And he had 4 characteristics, which now today they've added a couple, so they have 6 criteria for what they refer to as a complete mystical experience. Complete meaning full spectrum, full throttle mystical experience, a full blown mystical experience, as opposed to a partial mystical experience, meaning that you hit in a full blown mystical experience, you hit all 6 criteria. Of course, in a partial, you would only hit 2 or 3, or less than 6. But the main feature is this non-dualistic state of mind, the unity, this interconnectedness of all people and things. All is one, pure consciousness. And then they have sacredness or reverence. People often feel that there's a majesty that they're either approaching or that they're residing in. Noetic quality, the sense that this state of consciousness is more real than your average everyday waking reality. Deeply felt positive mood. Yeah, go ahead.
And at the same time, though, you can say that, and a lot of people can agree that there is a conscious experience going on at all times. If Joel Davis, if he was here, in our show right now, I could ask him, what is the physical proof of consciousness? Is there physical proof of consciousness? Any? Now I'm sure you agree you're conscious, and we know it's true, but where's the physical proof of it?
Yeah, I think
the thing is, like, no, there's absolutely no definitive physical proof of consciousness in
I
the
agree.
sense of directly
Scott,
observing it. You're not going to find proof. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can I ask you to do something for me? Can you pull up a window next to the video? Because I can't, because he said he wants to see some studies. Now, I want to see if this is, good enough for him. There have been studies done on what we call intuition. And these studies prove basically that intuition is real because the people that rely on it, they generally make better decisions. And intuition isn't something that we really can quantify. It's not something you think about. We call it a gut feeling, right? And so as mystics, we believe that intuition is that part of consciousness that's always there, that infinite wisdom or infinite singularity. And it's just a little piece of it. And sometimes it guides us in the right direction if we stay in tune with it. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. So, like, if you could pull up those studies please, and see if this would help Joel.
I pulled up. Do you see that one? This is about intuition from the Association for Psychological Science. So it says intuition is more than a feeling. So intuition, many people use the phrase intuition to describe a sensation or feeling they have when making decisions, but these are only descriptions. They don't provide strong evidence that we can use unconscious information in our brain or body to guide our behavior. This is the first time we have been able to show strong evidence, though, that something like intuition does actually exist. And so it goes on about the data suggests that we can use unconscious information in our body or brain to help guide us through life, to enable better decisions, faster decisions, and be more confident in the decisions we make. While our subjects were making these decisions, we presented one of their eyes with emotional photographs. Then we utilize another technique called continuous flash suppression to render these emotional photographs invisible or unconscious. So while the subjects were making these sensory decisions, they never knew they were being presented with these emotional photographs. And so according to the study, the intuition kind of led them to some positive results. So another interesting finding in this study is that intuition improved over time. So it's kind of like a muscle, suggesting that the mechanisms of intuition can be improved with practice. So it's a real thing, it looks like, from what the science says. And I've seen other studies on that as well. And, you know, someone could say, well, intuition is unreliable because someone can have intuition that doesn't, well, maybe they didn't exercise it enough. Maybe they're not good at intuition. Kind of like logic. Logic isn't always reliable either if you don't really know how to use logic that much. So it's kind of the same thing, maybe. Joel says, sorry, the claim wasn't about intuition. It was about decreased brain activity during. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I think I could answer that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think in mystical experiences, because I don't know if that's what she was implying, but regarding mystical experiences, however, there's actually an increase of brain activity overall, but there is what is noticed is a complete decrease in what's called the default mode network. DMN, a lot of neuroscientists use this to refer to self-referential areas of the brain, like, what they account for, what Freudians might call ego. Mm-hmm. And so, this may account for what, this phenomenon of ego death that Jung spoke about. And so there's definitely decrease there.
So yeah, I would agree with that. Actually, I would go a little harder than that. Here, like AI, I just asked Google. AI overview says, research suggests that a decrease in activity within the parietal lobe of the brain is often linked to mystical experience, as this region is responsible for processing spatial orientation and self-awareness, meaning reduced activity there can lead to a sense of oneness or transcendence during such experiences. So talks about the parietal lobe. Studies, particularly those involving meditation or spiritual practices, have shown a decrease in activity within the parietal lobe during mystical experiences, contributing to feelings of dissolving boundaries between self and surroundings. And like you were mentioning, the default mode network. Some research also points to a potential role of the brain's default mode network, which can become less active during mental states, allowing for a more open and receptive cognitive state. And it just goes on to the different parts of the brain, which actually, when they're quieted down, they allow for this different sort of experience of reality we call mystical experiences. And under materialism, it was argued for so long that, oh no, all mystical experiences is when the brain neurons go crazy in the brain and cause all these hallucinations. But then when they did the studies, they found out actually it's quite the opposite, that you're actually more open to reality in a different way. You know what I mean? So what Sophia is saying is kind of right. You know,
Sorry,
it's like
I missed
when the
that a little
brain.
bit because I got kicked
Oh,
out.
I was just going over a question. Joel Davis really wasn't asking about intuition. He was asking about you when you were saying that the brain quiets down, and that's when people have mystical experiences, as opposed to materialist view, which is, you know, an increase in brain activity creates a richer experience. And so I just pulled up a study that showed, in fact, that like the parietal lobe and the default mode network quiets down when people are having these sort of experiences. And Cafe was also kind of saying the same thing. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like those brain areas have inhibitory functions. Right. That's the point, is that the brain is a constraint on your experience. Like, we didn't really evolve to know quantum mechanics and to know what's really, I mean, we can only detect so much. But there's certain times when the brain, you have brain damage, and all of a sudden a person can compose, you know, very complicated music. Maybe they didn't have a musical bone in their body, but they can have these sort of damage to their brain, so-called damage to their brain, and all of a sudden they can, you know, they see things in numbers. They're really good at math. All of a sudden they become these geniuses and all this kind of stuff. So it shows that the brain can inhibit certain natural talents that we just simply don't have access to under the way our brain is maybe wired up. If that makes any sense.
Right.
Yeah, my favorite story is Jason Padgett. Maybe you've come across him. It's acquired savant syndrome. He was this kind of jock fellow that was mugged and suffered brain damage that I guess caused one area of his brain to overcompensate. And now he's considered this mathematical genius nowadays. When he originally hated school, you know, he was kind of like this guy that just wanted to go hang out at the bar and lift weights. And, you know, he wasn't really intellectually motivated. And now that's all he's obsessed with.
Uh-huh. So Joel,
well, it would be interesting. It would be interesting to. I would like to see if there's a study on the fireball meditation, because when you meditate, you focus on one thing and you're kind of in this meditative flow state. And like I described before, these monks know how to raise their own temperature by meditation. So it would be interesting to measure their brain during meditation, because they literally sit there and focus on a fireball in their mind mentally, and then they raise their own temperature, and they're able to sit in the snow butt ass naked without freezing to death. And then whoever is does it the longest wins. And so it would be interesting to see what their brain function is at the time of meditation.
And look, it definitely does go back to how the brain is operating when you look at it. I mean, like Joel, I don't mean to keep coming back, making you misunderstand me. Maybe I'm not communicating very well. I'm just saying, under certain materialistic assumptions of the past that people have made or argue. So the study still supports that, Scott. The decreased function in the inhibitory function, and so other parts of the brain increase activity. See, I don't disagree with that. I believe that inhibiting one part of the brain will lead to increased activity in another brain region, because the brain compensates for the suppressed area by engaging alternate neural pathways to perform the necessary function.
Yeah, kind of like with blind people.
Right. It's just like when, our brain is very plastic. That's the whole point, is that, and I'll bring this up too, like epiphenomenalism. There are materialists who believe that that consciousness is epiphenomenal, meaning it's kind of like the steam that comes off a train. And so, the steam doesn't cause the train. It doesn't have like backwards causation. The steam doesn't cause anything. It's the product of the engine of the train, right? With the water and everything like that. But that's not how the brain works. the brain is not, in my view, epiphenomenal. It's not like the steam that comes off a train. The consciousness is causative. It can create, like, the more you learn, you experience, like riding a bike, it becomes second nature. And the brain can cause my arm to go up when I think about it. Like, consciousness has this causative aspect to it. And so, like, if you damage part of your brain, other parts will kick in and start compensating. It's called neural plasticity, and it's responding. It kind of functions through like a balance between excitatory and inhibitory signals. So when one area is inhibited, the other areas become more active to maintain the overall function, right? So to me, it's very interesting, and it doesn't prove idealism. I'm not saying it proves any of these ontologies. I'm just saying it is what it is, and it's consistent with all these views. It doesn't defeat anything. That's what I think that's what Sophia was saying when she was saying that, materialists would say that when you less brain activity means less consciousness. That was once an argument, but that doesn't really work anymore, because we have experience. Now materialists can just say, oh, well, that just means it's exciting another part of the brain that kicks in and stuff. It's like we can all find a way for this stuff to work. It's not a problem.
I wanted to add that the oscillations in brainwaves have been studied in Tibetan monks and meditation with EEG, and they have found that they exhibit gamma oscillations, which are oscillations only found in like deep REM sleep. And
Cool.
yeah, and so like and you'll see not just these practitioners withstanding the cold, they could also withstand setting themselves on fire, which is another extreme. But
you're thinking, it can cause brain waves, like you've got the delta waves, the alpha waves, and you can actually will yourself into these different mental states.
Yeah, definitely. And the REM, the rapid eye movements. Another thing this is something Terrence noted, Terrence McKenna. He said, he was there to dose a lot of people with DMT. I think he even dosed Dr. Rick Strassman, the guy who did the DMT studies in the mid-90s.
Spirit molecule.
Yeah, the spirit molecule. He finally admitted years later, after keeping it suppressed, that it was actually Terrence McKenna that dosed him one night. And so, that was his whole influence to that work. Go ahead.
It just makes me wonder, like if the material or matter creates consciousness, then how is it possible for consciousness to affect matter so profoundly? That wouldn't make sense if it was that way. We definitely have proof that, for example, all doctors agree by now that stress affects the body, physically, and stress is a mental process. So if it's the other way around, like materialists say, then I don't see how that would be happening. And that's where I get kind of caught up at. And I'm like, I'm leaning more towards idealism,
Yeah, so I wanted to go through this since we're actually talking about it. This kind of bridges over. Again, it goes to David Chalmers, right? And so he deals with that problem too when he was discussing kind of like some of the hard problems of consciousness, this idea of epiphenomenalism. So I wanted to kind of this would be a perfect time to go into that, because this is a real big subject in consciousness as well. Here we go.
First, what is epiphenomenalism? Epiphenomenalism is the view that mental states have no effect on anything. The feeling of pain, counterintuitively, does not cause your aversion, mentally or physically. Beliefs don't cause behavior. None of our actions occur in virtue of our thoughts, feelings, or sensations. As it's usually construed, the view is a form of dualism. In fact, it's the kind of dualism advocated by David Chalmers in The Conscious Mind, and formerly by Frank Jackson, the originator of the knowledge argument. I have to mention this because some people seem to find it surprising that it's a form of dualism. But consider the fact that on epiphenomenalism, the mental and the physical are distinct in crucial respects. For instance, one possesses causal powers, while the other does not. Moreover, brain events and mental events happen at different times. There's not just causal priority, there's seemingly also temporal priority. First come the physical events, then come the mental events. Well, if these two kinds of events are happening at completely different times, and one causally impacts the world, while the other has no effects at all, then they are obviously not identical. Michael Huemer pointed out in our conversation on dualism that some physicalists on the internet will make their case in a confused way. Brain states cause mental states, therefore, mental states are identical to brain states. But assuming that nothing can be the cause of itself, the argument entails the negation of their conclusion. Brain states cause mental states, therefore brain states are not identical to mental states. Epiphenomenalists, on the other hand, are not at risk of being inconsistent when they appeal to evidence that brain states cause mental states. So before offering a few reasons to think epiphenomenalism is false, I'm going to turn to a few key points in Matthew's post that I think are crucial for understanding the motivation for epiphenomenalism. He says, quote, "It's hard to make interactionism consistent with the conservation of energy." So part of the motivation for epiphenomenalism is a belief in the causal closure of the physical, meaning there are no outside non-physical things that exert a causal influence on the physical world, and relatedly the conservation of energy, which some people believe is violated by rejecting physical causal closure. However, I'm not convinced that interactionism violates conservation of energy in the first place. Some physicalists make the mistake of conflating conservation of energy with causal closure, but while interactionism would violate the causal closure of the physical, it would not necessarily run afoul of conservation. As physicalist David Papineau explains, quote, "The conservation of energy in itself does not tell which basic forces operate in the physical universe. Are gravity and impact the only basic forces? What about electromagnetism, nuclear forces, and so on? Clearly the conservation of energy as such leaves it open exactly which basic forces exist. It requires only that, whatever they are, they operate deterministically and conservatively." End quote. So as long as emergent mental forces, quote-unquote, operate in such a way as to pay back all the energy they borrow and vice versa, they've acted conservatively. As I said, I don't think it would violate conservation of energy, just like it wouldn't violate conservation if we postulated an additional fundamental physical force. But let's just grant that in order to truly preserve conservation, we have to accept the causal closure of the physical. And it's not like conservation is the only reason people adopt causal closure anyway. So let's just grant that the physical world is causally closed. Now we have to be epiphenomenalists, right? Well, no. We still don't need to reject mental causation. We can't be interactionists, but we can still be Russellian panpsychists and preserve both mental causation and the causal closure of the physical. On a dual aspect theory, the relationship between the physical and the experiential is not one of cause and effect. There's only one processual flux, but there are two irreducible, perfectly correlated aspects of nature: what it's like to be that process and the observation of that process from the outside. Two sides of the same coin. Moving along, Matthew says, quote, "Nothing in neuroscience suggests violations of causal closure of the physical, as we'd expect if epiphenomenalism were false." Would we expect to see that, though? Even granting that we would expect neuroscience to reveal some kind of empirical indication that epiphenomenalism is false, the modern tools of neuroscience are extremely blunt. For example, fMRI has a very low resolution. Every pixel on a brain scan corresponds to 5.5 million neurons. There's a limit to how much detail these scans are able to show. So we shouldn't appeal to neuroscience to settle disputes. It's just not in a position to settle, at least at this point in history. So he goes on to talk about the Libet experiments. Quote, "For many decisions that we believe to be under our conscious control, one can predict whether we'll take them before we come to a decision about them." End quote. It's true that neuroscientists can sometimes predict what choice you'll make before you yourself are consciously aware of which choice you'll make. So the argument goes something like this. There's something in the brain that neuroscientists have discovered that seems to precede conscious awareness, and this shows that consciousness doesn't play a role in producing action. This not only targets free will, but mental causation. So first, in most of these experiments, participants are asked to perform simple tasks or movements, like flexing a muscle or pressing a button. Can we really generalize from those kinds of decisions to all our decisions? In order to defend the idea that Libet-style experiments disprove the causal efficacy of conscious deliberation, we'd have to defend the premise that all the decisions we make are like the decisions studied in the experiments. But what exactly is the relevant similarity between deliberating for months whether you'll marry your partner and being told by a researcher to flex your wrist at a random moment of your choosing? I can think of quite a few relevant differences. Another problem with the generalization premise is the methodology of many Libet-style experiments. As Dr. Matthew Flummer explains,
these kinds of experiments
Cuando vives en la Florida, las celebraciones traen un poquito de magia.
Robin Hood are based on averages. And that seems to pose a problem because we're trying to say that, you know, you don't have free will based on experiments that are done with averages. And you know, the way averages work, they probably fall in some kind of bell curve. So that means there's going to be people on either end of the bell curve that didn't have the readiness potential like we saw in the graph. So that's another reason to doubt.
Yeah, so he goes on and on. I'm going to play the video, but I just wanted to stop it really quick so we don't get shut down for some reason. But I'm going to continue. I'm going to step away. I have to use the bathroom really quick, and I'll be right back. But I'm going to let this play in the meantime.
So, is epiphenomenalism self-defeating? If I say, I love the taste of this coffee, we're naturally inclined to think that the taste, experience, caused my comment, verbal behavior. But an appeal to my experience in the explanation of my verbal behavior is off limits to the epiphenomenalist. Phenomena which are side effects of physical processes, themselves incapable of exerting any reciprocal influence over the material world, could not possibly produce such an effect, yet here we are discussing them. An epiphenomenalist must hold that mental states are causally inert, and therefore couldn't cause utterances about consciousness, including statements about the truth of epiphenomenalism. 1. If conscious phenomena have no effects on anything, we would not be able to discuss conscious phenomena. 2. We can obviously discuss conscious phenomena. 3. Therefore, it is false that conscious phenomena have no effects on anything. So here's Matthew's response to this kind of argument. Quote, epiphenomenalists think that there are some brain states that correlate with consciousness. In fact, we generally think that those neural states that correlate with consciousness represent similar information to that represented by consciousness. For instance, your brain processes pain as a negative signal that it tries to avoid, just as you consciously experience pain as something negative that you want to avoid. As a result, it looks like consciousness is causing things. This is because consciousness represents the same information as is represented in the brain, and the information represented in the brain generates consciousness. So while it looks like pain causes you to pull your hand to move away, instead the purely physical brain state that represents pain causes one to pull away, and in combination with the psychophysical laws also causes the conscious states. Once we have this understanding in hand, a lot of objections to epiphenomenalism disappear quickly. Assuming this kind of picture is coherent, it can successfully explain the production of a very convincing illusion. It seems like my mental state is causing my behavior because my mental state represents the thing that really is causing my behavior. Though I'm not sure what it means to say that my mental representations are similar to my brain states, especially on a dualistic view. Why is my mind representing brain activity as a green quale? Because it's similar? On a dualistic view, it's hard to see what the intrinsic similarity could be between an experience and the physical thing/event that caused it. So, granting that epiphenomenalism is a coherent possibility doesn't imply anything about its plausibility. But a coherent response does provide a basis for rejecting the first premise of the self-defeat argument outlined above. Epiphenomenalists can explain how verbal behavior could apparently be caused by sensations without really being caused by sensations. So, on epiphenomenalism, it seems like my mental state is causing my behavior because my mental state represents the thing that's actually causing my behavior, and the representation is similar to what it's representing. That means that my mental states will consistently appear along with the real cause, which leads me to mistakenly believe my mental states play a causal role. So Matthew's explanation here can help us understand how the causal illusion is generated, the illusion of consciousness causing our discussion of consciousness, or my comment about the taste of coffee. However, if it is just an illusion, then epiphenomenalism is vulnerable to an argument defended briefly.
Okay, I won't go on too long with that so we get shut down, but maybe we get the point. What do you guys think so far about that little thesis?
It sums up the, what materialists often assume pretty well. I always heard like Terence McKenna would rant about epiphenomenalism in his talks all the time. And, of course, the contrasting view would be something like materialism. Dualism.
Right. Right. It seems inevitable. You're talking about, two different things here. So, one's producing the other thing, which is dualism. Yeah. And dualism is always rejected. And so it seems to be some sort of contradiction or paradox there.
It does. It's hard to tease between the two because, you often hear, I'm sorry, I hear an echo that's kind of throwing me off, but you often hear, let me see. That echoes like kind of like, I'm sorry, guys. It's kind of like throwing me off a little bit.
That happened to me earlier, and I had to get out and come back in.
Yeah, you might want to try that. I had that echo too.
Okay, I'll try that real quick. I'll come right back in.
But Scott, I can't even lie. This just becomes way too convoluted for me and too many definitions. And I'm a simple mind and a simple person, and to me, that's just too much. I barely understood what that is, and I can't even pronounce that word.
Epiphenomenalism. Epiphenomenalism, and basically, it's all he's really saying, in a nutshell, or in the main part, is that epiphenomenalism is to say that the brain is creating your conscious experience, but the conscious experience doesn't have like any causal power. In other words, because you experience something, it doesn't do anything. It's like the output. It's kind of like how the computer creates the display on your monitor, but the display on the monitor doesn't really do anything to your computer. It doesn't like do anything. But you know what I'm saying? And what you were saying is that, well, the difference is that actually when we do learn stuff, for example, it changes your brain patterns. It changes your brain structure physically. You have, your brain actually changes shape based on the things you learn and do all the time and practice in your experience. And so it does kind of have a causal, thing.
I'll see if I could try a different way of putting it. A lot of people associate it with hard determinism. This idea that there's no free will. And so, like, in other words, your brain is doing what it's doing because it couldn't do anything else. It's already built in the physics of the system.
Right.
And so while you think you're having thoughts and doing things like, I'm going to walk to this door, that was always inevitably going to happen in this type of view. Mm-hmm. And, what I was going to say to that was, I did that leaving and coming back into the echo, but I'll still try to do with it. Often you'll hear materialists say, well, one objection they'll often bring up is, how can you have consciousness without a brain? That's, usually the materialist's go-to objection is to say that. And they'll say things like, obviously, affecting the brain affects consciousness, because if you have brain damage, you might develop a speech impediment. You'll become disabled in various ways that are clearly visible and seen through, that you could objectify. And the reason I think it's so hard to tease a view like that apart with the way a spiritualist might see it, because I think if you look at the brain as a transceiver, if you destroy, like it's like the radio, the brain is a transceiver for like a radio signal in a very similar way that a radio picks up signals, and if you destroy the radio, it may affect how the signal's perceived. Like the signal's still the same, but the radio may not output it the exact same way because it has a area that's destroyed. But
Right.
the point is that whether you have the radio model or the brain or consciousness being generated by the brain model, they appear identical when you suffer something like brain damage. So
like I like the analogy, the little story of let's suppose there are these natives who have never seen a radio in their life before, ever. They knew nothing about it. Let's say you came to their island and you presented a boombox, and they hear the music coming out of the boombox, and then they go in the boombox and disconnect some wires out of the speaker, and then they no longer hear the music, right? Naturally, they're going to assume, so the wires make the music.
Yes.
So the
precisely.
wires create it. It's because they don't see that actually it's a receiver. It's getting a signal from some cell tower somewhere that's getting the music that way through the air, and that it's just transmitting, the signals from which it receives. So the brain could be working that way.
So in other words, would it be safe to say that the brain only affects this experience that we are having as human beings?
On the on the Bernardo Kastrup view, which is the idealistic view, it would say that the brain is simply a process of consciousness. It's a process of disassociation. So basically, you have a boundary. So like there's this one mind, right? There's this one unified mental field, and then out of the field comes everybody's specific consciousness as a being that exists in the universe. If you're a sentient being, and you've got a brain, but you're part of that dream, you're part of that cosmic mind, right? And the only reason you say that the brain creates the consciousness is because as an outside perspective, like an observer, you see the brain tightly correlated to the brain activity. Like, hey, if I feel pain every time I touch the hot stove, so therefore, and if I look in my brain, certain centers of the brain lights up when I do this. So it's all kind of correlated, the action, the brain state, and the feeling. And so that means that maybe the brain is what's mediating all that stuff. So the brain sort of causes that experience. It allows me, because I've got nerve endings, C fibers, and all this kind of stuff going on connected to my brain, right? And so but from an idealistic point of view, you're looking at all that stuff. This is just how the mechanics of the dream, so to speak. That would be a more parsimonious view, because then it's just based on consciousness, period. Consciousness being fundamental rather than all of these extra steps and extra interim steps. That's the explanation from the idealist view.
Yeah, so you were commenting, like the way you phrased that question, it could be applied to either view. It just depends on the way you're looking at it. And I think that's why he went to Bernardo Kastrup versus, someone like maybe Sam Harris that sees it were completely determined.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to bring up extremes. One notion that I think I brought up to Scott before is Einstein's block universe. He didn't believe in free will, and he kind of thought of the universe. You could say while we experience this slice of time, that we're speaking to each other, there's moving lights and colors. And if you go a dimension higher, no such thing is taking place. that it's all kind of frozen throughout all time, from the Big Bang to, let's say, a supposed moment in the future where the universe dies, or so from every single point throughout that timeline is frozen in place, and he called that the block universe.
Yep, we talked about
And
that this weekend.
Oh, cool.
B theory.
That's on the other
B theory.
show.
Yep.
Yeah, the B theory of time. And some people view it that way. A lot of I find it funny that a lot of mystics they adhere to not necessarily free will but compatibilism. That kind of marries free will and determinism, and a lot of materialists end up with a compatibilist view. Like Sam Harris, I believe, is a compatibilist, and Daniel Dennett, and Matt Dillahunty. They all land at compatibilism as well. So yeah, it's interesting that they share the exact same perspective. They just see it from one sees it from a spiritual mindset, the other sees it from a materialist mindset.
I tend to there's ways of looking at it. Like Bernardo Kastrup actually has a really interesting way of philosophically resolving that problem that you're talking about there. If I can, first of all, I want to put the link back up because we've got Brooklyn Lou in the house. Hey Lou, I see you out there, brother, and feel free to call in, ask any questions. You're free to come through, man.
Whoops.
In the meantime, I want to share this Bernardo Kastrup view, which is kind of like you were saying, marrying the two together. And you're right, a lot of idealists and also mystics tend to do that, in my experience. So let me share that and listen to what he's got to say real quick.
There is no external environment beyond nature to impose choices on nature. What nature chooses to do comes out of itself. Therefore, it comes out of its being. It's a result of what it is. So nature wills what it must will given what it is. But it does make choices. It couldn't make different choices because it isn't different. Nature is what it is and not something else. It does make choices, but its choices are a direct consequence of what it is. So from that perspective, what nature wills is what it must. And what nature must is exactly what it wills. So there is no distinction at the level of nature between free will and determinism. And that's why we can both say, you have free will, because you're a part of nature, and nature has free will. But why does nature have free will? Because it's the same as determinism, and determinism is true. So by the same token, you could also say, everything is deterministic. Why? Because free will is true, but free will is the same thing as determinism. So everything is deterministic. That was the point that I was trying to get across. Of course, we all make choices. We are parts of nature. We make choices every day, thousands of choices every day, starting from whether you touch the ground with your left or your right foot the moment you step out of bed. The idea of determinism does not deny the obvious empirical fact that we are always making choices. What it denies is the abstraction that we call the could have been. I could have chosen differently. Then I would say you could only have chosen differently if you were different. But you were what you were. Nature was what it was. So the could have been is an abstraction, and I think it's a fantasy.
And it helps me in a sense that the opposite of determinism is randomness, right? And as you put in your essay, that is not what we mean when we say our free will. You not say it's random. No, you mean it is determined, but it's not determined by. It's determined by what you prefer to be determined by, right? That's what you like to think. I want it to be determined about my wish to sit down here with Bernardo made me sit here down with Bernardo. But then again, it is determined, right? It's not random. So that's also where you run into philosophical problems. So I think analytically your point is very clear. I think just psychologically, we left the conversation saying that I think we quoted Fred Matzer, and I got a question also. I mean, can you choose to disallow being played by the universe? That's sort of what rang with me.
A lot of people are not allowing themselves to be played by the universe. That, too, is a direct result of what the universe is, because those people are part of the universe. So the universe sometimes disallows itself to be played by itself. That's part of the natural unfolding of what is, what exists. It is such that this contradiction can emerge. Nature is sometimes self-contradictory. This is empirically obvious, right? And not only from a mathematical perspective, from those theorems of the 1930s, but empirically obvious as well. So the point is not that you don't choose. We all choose all the time. The point is there is no could have been. The could have been is a human fantasy. Again, the point is that everything is ultimately determined, because the people who are very much into free will, they would also reject the notion that one's choices are random, the throw of dice. There is no meaning in that. If your choices are random, what meaning is in there? So people who are after free will because they associate with meaning, they themselves will immediately acknowledge that what they mean by it is not randomness. Therefore, every choice is determined. The thing is, the human intuition in this regard says the following: my choices are free if they are determined by me and not by nature at large. What people who are into free will, what they mean by a free choice is that the choice they make, let's say my free will choice is a choice I make, so it is determined, but it's determined by me. It's determined by that which I identify with. I don't identify with my brain activity. I have never seen it. I identify with my conscious inner life. I identify with my preferences, my tastes, my goals, things that I experience from within. So if my choices are determined by my preferences, my tastes, my goals, then they are free will choices. Now, there are two arguments why even this doesn't hold water. One is, there is no you separate from nature. A you separate from nature or a me separate from nature is merely nominal. It's an artifact of language. It follows the structure of language, but the structure of reality is not the structure of language. Language is defined for convenience, for communication, and not to capture and reflect the ontological structure of nature. That's not what language is about. So there is no you separate from nature. There is no me separate from nature. So there is no choice I make that is determined exclusively by the linguistic me, because the me is just molecules in the ocean of nature.
So what do you think about that? Hey, Lou, I wanted to say hello, brother. How you doing, man?
Hey, glad to be here. I figured I would jump in and maybe learn something.
Oh, cool, man. We're all learning every day. What'd you think about that video on free will so far, Lou?
Just here, what I'm watching.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I've thought about a lot. You know, free will, is there free will that we have or not? And I haven't concluded either way, because I see the argument as being, definitely something that could go either way in my mind.
Yeah.
I think I've always seen it as a limited thing. We have freedom of choice, but it's still limited within the parameters of nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, isn't that what the guy is kind of saying there?
Yeah.
And I mean, I live as though I have free will. That's for sure. I make decisions, I do things, and it certainly feels good to think I have free will. And I live like that every day. But ultimately, I'm not sure, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
you
think
can
part
always...
of it is just not knowing, you're unaware of so many things. There's so many things going on in the background that led you to that decision that you're not even aware of, like the culture, you know, the time you were born in, the place you were born, the context that you exist within, right? All that plays an influence. And so when you make decisions, you're doing what you want, but your wants are determined by who you are. And I like what Bernardo said about us being nature, not apart from nature, because I think we tend to look at ourselves as these standalone creatures, and it's up to us to look at nature, control nature, and not really realize that we're actually, you know, a manifestation of the same nature. You know, what do you think, Cafe? I know you were trying to say something about that earlier.
Yeah, Adam Watts would say, like, there's a lot of ghosts in our language. Like, we often say that we came into nature as though we were some kind of foreign alien to it, when really we come out of nature, you know, in actuality. And so I've grappled with this for a long time, ever since I was a teenager. And I remember coming to this idea that when I first approached determinism, I developed this hard deterministic view, and I actually gained a kind of existential crisis out of it. You know, like, if it's all predetermined, then what the hell's the point? Kind of attitude.
Well,
And
a religious
yeah,
person, like say a very religious Christian or Muslim, for example, would maybe fire back and say, well, if you don't have free will, if you don't have this ultimate libertarian free will, then what you're trying to do is you're trying to argue for irresponsibility. You're trying to say you're not accountable for your actions. So that proves that you're wrong right there. What do you think,
yeah,
Sophia?
and religious people. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, I look at it, I'm a realist. We all gonna die and ain't nobody gonna do shit about that. So you can choose to die with your head held high, or you can choose to die on your knees, and that's about as far as your choice is gonna go.
Right.
Or you could choose to die right now and commit suicide. I think that's what I was going through when I first encountered it. But I, started studying more into it, because like determinism is a kind of a slippery word that it's thrown around, it's bandied about, because different people mean different things. Like Stephen Hawking, for instance, had what he called adequate determinism. Kind of like there's some freedom within the limitations of the boundaries that contained in nature, kind of like what Sophia said. And then you have hard determinism, where everything is completely and utterly determined, that at the flight of every single atom, the spin of every electron, every single thing is absolutely determined. And of course, then you have quantum physics that seems to deny that, and hold Stephen Hawking's adequate determinism accountable. And then they have the other extreme side, where there's people who believe in libertarian free will, that none of that matters, that quantum indeterminacy does account for some kind of freedom beyond certain limitations. And after weighing all these things out for a very long time, I myself arrived at compatibilism. And I think it was when I started studying Eastern philosophy of the yin and yang. You could have one idea to one extreme, like completely everything's you do have free will, and then you have the idea of no free will on the other side of the yang. But if you notice, if you stand back, you cannot have yin without yang and yang without yin. They both complement each other.
Well, another problem with it, like one thing I do kind of resonate with, is this Buddhist term called anatta. And anatta is the teaching that there is no self, there is no soul, there is no ultimate self, that's just an illusion. And so without the self, there's no real free will in that way. All there is nature. There's just reality, and you're just an experience of it, manifested as whatever you are, right? And so anatta would say that the self is kind of gonna destroy free will, because who is really free? Who is the one we're talking about?
Oh yeah,
like
no, I love that.
Yeah, anatta. Yeah, so I find that I resonate with it a lot, because if you do a lot of meditation, and you know, if you've ever done like a psychedelic and you have that oneness, the self dissolves. It's called ego dissolution. Your ego kind of dies and you kind of have a firsthand experience of that possibility. Whereas when we're stuck in our thinking and we're stuck in our, you know, everyday life, it's always a separation. It's always me, the self, versus, you know, the outside world. And so it's so intuitive. It's so firsthand at that point. And you really don't understand how there couldn't be free will. It's like, hey, I have to go to work today. Otherwise, my bills don't get paid. So I better will myself out of this damn bed and go to work. You know, so it's like on that level, yeah, so I can easily understand where they're coming from. But it's just when we get into this philosophy and stuff like that, it becomes very questionable, you know.
Yeah, I think no self may have referred to ego, like, you know, even the original Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, he said, you know, there's no thing you need to do but to rid of this notion, the ego, that you have to realize, you know, nirvana, the ultimate truth, what have you. And while there's no self in, like, usually they put a little s behind that, meaning there's no ego. The ego is the illusion.
Yes.
And Alan Watts would joke. He says the biggest ego trip going is getting rid of your ego.
Right.
You know, like that's the running joke. And yet they also in Buddhism talk about the self with a capital S. Or like once you get rid of the ego, you realize what, you know, the true Bodhi mind, or the true self, which is all that is, that you're just one aspect of that entire spectrum of nature, which we're all a part of. And when you dissipate your ego, you realize that that's your indestructible self, that's what you truly are at the highest level of your consciousness. And at least that's what it seems
Yeah,
to
you're
be saying
right.
to
I
me.
mean, I used to work when I was in California. I used to work with this guy, one of my coworkers, and he was a Buddhist priest, and he was an atheist, and he didn't believe in souls or anything like that. And he used to break this stuff down to me, and he had told me that, you know, in Buddhism, the doctrine that there's like no soul means that there's no permanent underlying substance that can be called a soul. Instead, the individual is compounded, you know, by constant change. And so the self that we're really referring to is just a constant changing flux of energy, right? He said there is no permanent soul that just is ultimate and unchanging and all of this kind of stuff, which kind of makes sense with a lot of what neuroscience will tell you, or even in your own experience. I mean, you can kind of see that. Like, you know, one of the things he told me, because I was having a struggle with the self, with the free will thing, and he said, look, there's an easy way to do it. I want you to go home and meditate, and this is called a mindfulness meditation. What I want you to do is I want you to try to stop your thinking altogether. And what I found out rather quickly was that I can't. And I came back the next day, I'm like, every time I tried, new thoughts would come in all the time. And he was like, exactly. Did you will those thoughts, or were you trying to think? Were you willing those thoughts, or were you not willing those thoughts? And I'm like, no, I was trying not to. And he's like, exactly. If you had free will, then why couldn't you stop your own thinking? And I couldn't answer that question. I'm like, you're right. That kind of makes sense. And that's when it kind of hit home to me that I'm actually just a process in nature, you know? And so I think
so basically
the Christians have it wrong. Yeah.
So we're just CPUs processing data.
On one level. Yeah, in one level. But on another level, you know, we are the nature that's processing stuff. That's what Bernardo was saying.
To me, a soul is equivalent to consciousness. It's like the underlying thing that makes me. You know, I could die today, but if my personality made an impact, my energy is going to resonate. That's how legends are made, right? Not that I'm a legend.
And again, exactly. It comes down to semantics and how we define words. And yeah, I mean, even someone like I say it all the time. Like, you poor soul, or my soul is tired, or, you know, and I know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about my consciousness or my
It's like the
experience.
underlying fundamental thing that describes you beyond just what you look like or what words you use.
Right, right. And Lou, you were I think were you an evangelical Christian, or were you a Catholic back in the day?
I actually did both.
Oh, really? You got to tell me about that.
I started out as a Catholic, you know, grew up, that was the basic understanding I had because of religious upbringing. But had that whole born again experience thing when I was in my mid-20s.
Mm-hmm.
So then that was a whole new thing of evangelicalism. So I've come out of both, you know.
Right.
Now I just I live each day, one day at a time, one moment at a time. I'm really into that the concept of living in the present, you know. I find that brings me peace. I don't need any gods in my life.
Right.
So I feel I have peace now in my life.
Yes.
And
That's very important. That's called the principle of damn, I can't even think of it. I like to say disassociation. I've been saying disassociation so much. Unattachment.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
like like there's
I agree with that. It's important. Like this discussion, honestly, with free will or not free will. Ultimately, in our own personal lives, isn't it just we live each day as though we have free will, even if we don't? I mean, so what I believe about free will doesn't really play that much of a major role in my day-to-day.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like earlier we were talking about these different metaphysics, these ontologies, like the metaphysic of materialism versus idealism versus dualism versus this versus that. Like, who cares? At the end of the day, we're having an experience of being a human being, and we can ponder all these things. It's when we become very certain about any one of them and we become wrapped up in our identity that we kind of create problems for ourselves. Because you got to understand, we live in a world where people are going to disagree. And if we are so embedded in our beliefs and faith that we literally get mad when other people disagree with us, or we get offended, or what have you, it becomes a great source of anxiety in our life. And we, you know, it's kind of like when I was very religious, I was very identified with being a Christian or being a Jehovah's Witness. And it used to just really bother me that other people couldn't see it. They just didn't get it. So I had to try harder. I had to really push it and argue better and all of this stuff. And it just created a problem for myself that was so unnecessary. Like, it's just it's so much more valuable to just live in the moment, to just enjoy your life. You know what I mean? Even though it's a fun thing to talk about. We talk about it all the time.
That's where I'm at now over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I come out of the religious fundamentalism thing, and I feel I'm free in my mind now, you know?
Yes.
And,
yes.
As far as like one of the things that, and it's not very profound, or it can be, I guess, but it's a catchphrase that I internalize to myself quite often, and that is it is what it is.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not internally in conflict, you know, like when I was religious, I found there was a lot of conflict, you know, mentally, you know, like being tossed to and fro, the devil, the God, you know, and their influence in my life. And now I feel self-directed, but I know I can't change, you know, things that I cannot change, you know. So kind of this little catchphrase for me has been helpful, is it is what it is.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
I mean, I know it's a silly little thing, but it's helped me just kind of keep my mind stable, I think.
Yeah, everybody wants pretty much the same thing. Everybody wants to be at peace, find happiness. I find that the happiest times are when I'm engrossed in like a flow state, whether I'm writing a song because I'm a musician, or whether I'm writing some poetry, or whether I'm meditating or exercising at the gym, or in these conversations. I forget about the time. I forget about my ego for a second. I forget about a lot of things that brings me a lot of peace and escapism. And I think everyone's looking for that. I think that's why, unfortunately, there's healthy ways and unhealthy ways to do that. Some people will look for distractions in alcohol or drugs or, pornography or whatever it is. And, and not understanding that any sort of mental state that you're trying to achieve is always going to be fleeting. It's going to be temporary. You never really grab something that's permanent. And so you have to just understand that, you live in the moment for whatever it is, embrace it, try to live with it, try to see the value in it one way or the other. Is the best we can really do. And one of the things, one of my favorite speakers, and I've been showing a few of his videos, and I think Paul wanted me to continue on to show a little bit about Rupert Spira. And this kind of falls right in line with what we're talking about right now. Now, Rupert Spira, Lou, he's kind of a mystic philosopher. Which means he's more engrossed in his experience as a form of knowledge, of knowing things that really mean anything to us. So it's kind of like what you were just saying. And he kind of has been talking about this stuff for years. Anyways, he's in this video, he's talking about desire and being happy. And a lot of people try to apply a lot of these principles like unattachment and stuff like that. But then they realize that, I'm desiring to unattach from desire, which is kind of a contradiction. So how do we kind of explain that? So he kind of goes into that. So I'll play this really quick.
Comparing yourself less than others. And here are a couple of examples. Once we realize that desire will lead to attachment to suffering, we try to not desire. And then at one point we end up desiring this non-desire. And then we try to surrender that and not want it. I don't even want to not desire. But in the back of our heads, at least I know that I don't want to desire non-desire because in the hopes it might work and that it will lead to bliss and happiness by not wanting anything. And it's kind of this spiral dynamic where the thread on which the ego dances becomes thinner and thinner and subtler, but it's somehow still there. It's the same with clinging to the idea of letting go. The same with spiritual one-upmanship. When I find myself in situations where my brain goes like, these people, how can they be so ignorant of the truth and think they're better than others? Oh, oops, I just did it myself. How stupid of me. Oh, I did it again. And it's also that kind of dynamic where it's like trying to not have an ego and then feeling better about it. Is again that subtle dance that like the ego tries to like hide from itself, but it never really goes. And a last one that I found is happiness is a bit like an orgasm. If you look too close, it goes away. And when I wake up in the morning, I'd rather be happy than not. So I look, am I happy? And that doesn't make it easier. So is there a way out of these spiral-ish dynamics?
Yes.
And if so, please elaborate.
Just stop thinking about them. You're overthinking it, Alex.
No, it's more like encountering than
just stop thinking about them.
Okay.
Just stop being involved with them. You're giving so much time to the ego and all its clever ways of desiring this or trying to desire the end of desire or trying to be. You're just. These are just the kind of the machinations of the ego. Don't give it so much attention. You're making a problem out of it, and then trying to get rid of the problem, and then making a problem out of trying to get rid of the problem, and it's just enjoy your life. Give your attention to yourself, not to your ego, and enjoy your life.
Mm.
No, he doesn't like that answer.
I try to just take it, but yes, I don't think I spend a lot of time with those games. It's just that if I start with something simple as understanding how happiness works, or how by letting go of things I feel better, I find that these dynamics just emerge. What I just said is not my trying to find them. It's just what
the ego any attention at all. It thrives off the attention we give it, either trying to fulfill it or trying to get rid of it. The ego doesn't matter which we do, either trying to fulfill it or get rid of it. It is just happy to have our attention. Don't give it any attention. Starve it of your attention and it will gradually wilt. Give all your love and attention to who you are, not to who you're not. Still doesn't like the answer.
It's just that has the same spiral dynamic in it, because then there is a wanting, which is the wanting of doing exactly what you just said. Or am I missing something?
You're missing something.
Okay.
Yeah. You're giving attention to the ego's wanting, and then the ego's wanting to get rid of the wanting, and then the ego's wanting to get rid of the wanting that wants to get rid of it. It's just more. You're getting involved with the ego. You're feeling it with your attention, with your precious love and attention. Give your precious love and attention to yourself, to what you are, not to what you're not.
And I guess what you're not is that self, that ego self. What do you think, Cafe? You still with us? He might have stepped away for a second.
No, I'm still here. I had myself on mute.
Okay.
No. I love listening to Rupert a lot, and he's real obsessed with non-dualism conversations. And I think he's right. I think Brooklyn or Lou was trying to say that earlier. Like he's at a point in life where, why even waste time thinking about things like that when life is just going to occur anyway. And that's how I ended up seeing it myself. Like I remember, a lot of these gurus in India, they host these satsangs for people who are so quote unquote spiritually seeking. And the whole reason they're spiritually seeking is because they haven't found what is going to give them peace of mind when they ultimately find it. And like I remember there's this one guy that said, because one of his teachings was predetermination, and one of the students asked, well, if everything's predetermined, what do I do? And I guess he didn't see the ignorance in that question, so Ramesh had to point it out to him. He's like, well, you haven't been doing anything anyway. Whatever you thought you were doing, that was the nature of doing itself. Once you realize you're the non-doer, then you'll go about your life doing the same thing, just knowing now that you're the non-doer instead of the doer. And or another person, his mind was put to rest because he was like, okay, kind of like the existential crisis I was going through, of seeing it in a kind of dark light of everything being predetermined and there's no point, and why even continue. He said, well, if you think about a movie in the theater, the movie's already in the can. The entirety of the movie is in the can, and just because it's a physical object in the can and it's complete in its entirety, does that mean you don't go see the movie?
Right.
Yeah, because
you don't know what's coming up next. You don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And so your consciousness is the projection for that movie, and but the movie's already in the can.
Yeah. Why be anxious and worry about it?
Yeah. Another quote I love is from Alan Watts. He said, "No amount of anxiety will ever change anything that's about to happen." You could worry to your heart's desire, and it's whatever's going to happen is going to happen, or it is, like Lou said.
Mm-hmm. And like I saw a debate with William Lane Craig, who's like a Christian, and I think he was debating with Who was that person? Sam Harris. I think it was Sam Harris he was debating with. And William Lane Craig was saying, yeah, but on atheism, you have no moral duties, and you have you can also find no meaning and purpose in life, because on atheism, the world is just you're going to die, and no one's going to remember you, and the universe is going to end up in a heat death at the end of billions of years. So what's the purpose of it all? But with me as a Christian, I can find meaning and purpose, because I believe that when I die, I live in heaven with God forever and ever and ever. And so this proves Christianity is better than atheism or whatever, right? And Sam Harris said, yeah, well, that's kind of like saying the symphony, when you go to see a symphony play tonight, it's going to eventually end. So why even go see it?
Yeah,
Like you missed the whole point. The point is to experience it. And that's kind of what Rupert Spira here was saying. Like, the point of life is experience the moment. And what Lou was saying, live in the moment, live in the present,
Adam Watts had a similar analogy. He said, if we always think of life sometimes as trying to get to a point. And I think this is why people rush in traffic. You know what I mean? Because they're trying to get to their destination as quickly as possible. So they don't enjoy the ride or the journey, as a lot of people say. And he said, if we thought of life that way, then if you go see an orchestra, then you wouldn't want to wait to the orchestra. You just go. The orchestra would just play the finale, the grand finale, and that would be it. You 3 seconds of crashing chords, and that's the show, because you just wanted to get to the point.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And instead of seeing life as a journey where you enjoy, you dance the whole way along, and you enjoy that.
Lou, why do you think people think of things in terms of this, Lou? I know I used to, but I just wondering your perspective. Why do people feel like it's always the end point, it's always the end game, and never the moment? What do you think that stems from?
Well, I think in America, which is all I know, because that's where I, grew up and I've lived my whole life. I think it's part of the culture. I mean, I think in America, it's part of how we grow up is always trying to attain things, the whole goal setting thing, which I'm not against setting goals. I don't think anything's wrong with that, but it can get carried away, whereas, you're only going to be happy when, when I get this, when I get married, when I have children, when I have a boat, it goes on and on and on. Right.
Yeah.
So I think
I agree with that. We have a schooling system that, where you go to first grade, second grade, but you're trying to get to graduation, because that's the point. Right. And even with a lot of kids, the youth nowadays, they see the people with fame on TV. They want to have that, but yet they don't want to do all the hard work it takes to get to that point. They just want to get to the point where they're already lavishing in cars and money and so forth. They see the fantasy, but they don't see the reality of it.
Yeah, the materialistic point of view, the materialistic philosophy, they kind of like, it's all about the destination, not the journey,
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
It becomes like, I have a phrase I use just, for my own self is someday I'll, someday island, what I mean? Someday when I have this and when I, accomplish this, then I will be content.
Right.
But someday I'll never comes, right?
Right, it never comes.
When you get there, even, I accomplished my life goal or whatever. It's kind of empty. It doesn't do what we thought it would do, We can celebrate a little while, but it goes away, So.
We were watching a Rupert Spira video early on, and he was answering a guy's question. It was like, you know, he was saying, when is it going to be when I can attain this thing that we're looking for? We're at these seminars listening to you speak, and all you keep saying is kind of the same thing, but when is it going to happen for me? Like, I just want to put you on fast forward and get to the bottom line here. Like, all this talk about non-dualism and living in the moment and, the ego and this and that. And when are we ever really going to get there? I'm doing these practices because I want to finally get to that state. And, he was asking, well, why do you practice? Why do you practice? And he's saying, well, because I want to escape the pain. And he goes, okay. And what do you want at the end of it? I want to achieve this thing, whatever it is that we're talking about. I want to get to this peacefulness or whatever, this state of mind that I haven't experienced yet. There's a certain experience I'm trying to get. And, Spira was like, well, when you get it, do you think that's going to be the end of the story? Like, how many times in life have you gotten stuff and that it's lasted forever? Like, what in your experience has that ever happened? And he's like, well, never, of course. That's why I'm here or whatever. And like, okay, so why do you think that it's going to happen now? And the guy was like, I don't know. And he goes, well, I think you're missing the whole point.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the, the drug addict, always seeking the greater high, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Or they have a great high and then it kind of diminishes and they'll always say, well, I'll have that high that I had that first time I did this drug, and it just is it's an endless cycle of something that doesn't work, right?
Yep.
You never get that greatest high, if you're a drug addict type.
Where's my person?
Yeah, it's balance. It's like with the Buddhists will talk about, life is about balance. It's about, there's struggle, but we should embrace struggle because it's part of it. And we can balance that out with being, not associating or being disconnected or unattached to the suffering to an extent. But we can, we cannot look at it like our goal in life is to end all suffering or end all this for ourselves and attain this thing so that finally, for once in our life, we're going to be happy. Like, it doesn't work that way. It's mainly about a balance, just trying to strike that balance at all times. And sometimes we don't. I know I don't. A lot of times, I get mad in traffic, and then, I've gotten better at it since I've been practicing and thinking about these things and meditating. I've come to really even out and sort of, I'm not so anxious. I'm not so ruminating and worried about the end game and stuff. Now I live a lot more peaceful. But hey, it's never going to be a perfect balance ever. That's just part of our human existence, I think.
Isn't just accepting that part of having more peace of mind?
That's what it is.
Just
exactly.
Accepting that alone,
That's right. It's
like I don't go through my life, seeking perfection. Like that's
right.
not. I don't do that.
Right.
Because
right.
I really think if I was doing that, it would bring me in a bad mental state,
Lou, the one thing I noticed about you since I met you is you seem to be mature in these areas. The thing that a lot of people, most people I meet, I mean, regardless of whether they're religious, non-religious, or whatever, they haven't learned these things. There's angry theists just like there's angry atheists that just get out here and they just ruminate on this stuff apparently, and then they just come at the world angry and on a mission, and these people, and I used to be one of them, and that's why I'm telling you, like, a lot of us, we need something to kind of focus our mind on to help alleviate that and find that balance. And it's really a blessing, or it's a really great thing when you can sort of learn over time to kind of like just live in the moment, just accept what is for what it is. Like you said, it is what it is. Oh, go ahead, Sophia.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Cafe. I think I'm.
Oh, oh no, I'll let her go. Go for it. All right. I know she wasn't.
I just
She's kinda
wanted to
cut it out.
propose a different kind of view real quick.
Yeah.
With this conclusion y'all are coming to. Let me be the asshole of the group. Wait.
Your voice is coming through.
Yeah, you're kind of you're roboting a little bit.
Out. Your voice.
I'm roboting.
Yeah, a little bit. Keep on talking though. Let me see if it'll go away.
How about now?
Keep on
Is
going.
it better? Let me see. Maybe I need to go outside. It just got extremely cloudy, so we might actually get some snow. Let me go to the back.
Well, it's better now. Now it seems to
Oh,
be
you have to
good.
hear me good. Good. The view that I wanted to bring up is because I'm a mystic, and I might sound crazy to people, but I see it as psychotherapy. You know, this experience, this reality is just a big institution. And in other words, the singularity or God or whatever we want to call it, it's like, you know, he's mentally ill. He has dissociative identity disorder. And in order to, you know, restore his own mind, he has to compartmentalize himself and evaluate all these altered states of mind. So I do think that it is very important how you live your life, and that you can't just act like nothing means nothing, because ultimately some parts of the mind are going to be eliminated, the things that no longer serve you, or the things that you know how like a cancer cell, when your cells start to turn on your own body, you know, the things in your mind that become self-destructive, you know, so those things are going to be eliminated. And so I just like to think that I have some kind of part in that, you know,
Agency,
in the restoration of that mind.
Well, yeah,
Since I am that mind.
Yeah, that's the whole point of taking the advice. You know, like you can be influenced by advice. Like maybe Lou could say, you know, it is what it is, man. Just live in the present. And some people may say, well, easier said than done. But if other people can actually practice it, or those same people can actually try to focus on that teaching, then they can actually improve. And then they can build their immune systems up and help themselves physically, mentally, in all kinds of different ways, just by relaxing, becoming more open to life and reality, you know. And so that agency, I agree, is important, you know.
But we're all just trying to mentally heal ourselves, though. That's what it comes down to.
I agree with you, Sophia. I mean, I think that that people spend way too little effort in trying to, you know, look to improve their mental states. You know,
right. As a matter of fact, we uphold it.
You know? Like, I would love for people in America to spend a little more time on that, because I think
absolutely,
our whole country, you know.
Oh,
yeah, because we kind of make mental illness seem like a trend now. It's like almost cool to be mental.
Yeah, and I have to balance, like, in my own mind, responsibility and living in that moment, because I can't do both at the same time sometimes, right? Because I have to do things, I have to be responsible, and that includes actions and not just being in my own, you know, world. You know,
right?
So I gotta balance the two, because I can't go to one extreme or the other and still live, you know, in the world I live in. All right, and I do, you know, get upset. I do have those things that happen. All right, and I don't look at that as necessarily negative. I just look at it as a state of mind that I have to get out of. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I can be
anger,
and yet I don't think anger is good for me, right? But I could go there, you know. But
anger is just like,
you know,
can you know when you're being violated, and anger can be very healthy. It's just that when you, like you said, you got to come out of it at some point. If you stay stuck in it or you start to internalize it, then it can work against you. But anger,
You
yeah,
may need to move, Sophia. You may need to relocate. You're kind of chopping up again.
Damn it! Sorry.
If I spend too much time in anger, then I have to try to check myself and bring myself back, you know.
Because at some point it becomes unhealthy, but it can be healthy because it lets you know, oh, somebody is doing something to me that's not cool. Like, it's your natural response.
Yeah, it's a natural defense mechanism to feel that anger. I guess it's just all in how we live with it. Like, do we stew in our anger for undue periods of time to where it becomes a mental issue for us? Like, it can actually affect your heart, your immune system, all of that stuff. And unless we can sort of, at some point, you know, we've got to just recognize we're angry, and then, you know, acknowledge it, and then hopefully it will sort of dissolve away to something a little more minimal, and we can deal with it irrationally. Yeah.
See, these negative things that we have in our lives, like anger, jealousy. I mean, I consider jealousy like a negative, you know. Envy, you know, envying other people or other, you know, things that we don't have, you know, covetousness, using a biblical term, right? These are all negative things, I think. Right?
Well, the free market thrives on covetousness. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey guys, I gotta go again. I got a flat and all kinds of shit just happened, but yeah, I enjoyed myself. It was great meeting you at cafe, and I think it's awesome that you guys showed up. And peace out, and I will see y'all next time.
All right, see you, Sophia.
So it's those negative things. I think people should learn how to notice them, you know. And if you notice them, then you could try to bring yourself back to base or back to in the present.
Yep.
All right. But I don't know that you're going to ever be perfect. So I don't seek out that perfectionism thing, you know.
No, I think we're all limited. I think that it's just part of the human mind to be limited. Like, one thing that the mind is really good at is self-deception. That's what it tries to do every second of the day. It tries to deceive itself. It's really good at that. And so, you know, it's part of how we evolved over time to be self-deceptive, not necessarily to be perfect and know our situations perfectly and have all the information readily to act on at any time and moment, you know, which is part of what I base, you know, my philosophy, my epistemology on that limitation. You know, I first of all understand that, first of all, I exist, I'm having this experience, but then outside of that, everything else is just an inference based on my limitation as a human being. I'm not going to know for certain. I've kind of learned my lesson by being so religious for so long and hurting myself for so many years, and it just taught me, you know what, I was really overconfident. I really thought I knew that I knew. And
I was like that too.
Yeah.
Back in the religious days. You know?
Yeah, man. And it didn't pay off, actually. It actually went, you know.
No.
It's so much better to be humble and realize, you know what, I might not be the know-it-all I think I am.
Right.
You know, I'd probably be better off.
And that doesn't have to go into a total lack of confidence.
Right.
You know, there's a balance again. Right?
Correct. Correct.
I mean, you don't have to be completely unconfident, you know. But you can balance that. There's a reality of, you know, you do know certain things, and you're confident in who you are and comfortable in your own skin, and yet you realize you're not perfect and are able to make mistakes. And, you know,
absolutely.
Like I used to have a temper problem right, when I was young, severe temper, right?
Yeah.
Now, over the last 10 years, last decade, I rarely have a temper, rarely get angry. But
awesome.
It's still there, like I could still get angry, but it's very rare. So I think I've come a long way,
Oh, absolutely. And Kathy, you wanted to say something, and then Sophia jumped in, and so what was on your mind?
Oh yeah,
Sir?
I had a few thoughts, but what I was thinking of different ways that I could put this. Terrence McKenna once joked that we can never get to the bottom of this stuff, and then he said, "Nor would we wish to." If you could actually attain omniscience, it's something you ultimately wouldn't want because you're, like you said, the limitations define your humanness. Ignorance is necessary because if you didn't have it, if you knew everything, then there would be no reason for us to have this discussion. You would know what I'm going to say. You would know what Lou's going to say. So what's the point?
Yes.
And so, yeah. And, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that really falls in line with one of the things that I was asked. Joel Davis had asked me earlier about my was I a theist or was I an atheist, and he was asking me about that. What was one of the reasons that would make God not possible? And so I was telling him that part of the doubt that I have, or maybe the questions that I have about that, is that if God is the way you define it, like if God is defined as this all-knowing, all-powerful being that wants worship and wants, people to be happy, or wants people to go to hell, or whatever the case, whatever he wants, right? However you want to define what he wants, would kind of be self-refuting, because it seems to me that because he's perfect. So what they're saying is he's also perfect. He's complete. Well, if you're perfect and complete, then why would you want anything? Why would you need anything? You would just be. Right. And so there would be none of this, And so my whole thing is that we are finite minds, and part of the characteristic of being a finite mind is that we always want stuff. We're always needing stuff. We're always searching for stuff. That's part of what defines a finite mind as opposed to an infinite mind that needs nothing and wants nothing. And so I just have a hard time making the God thing make sense, if that makes any sense.
Well, I think you made the perfect distinction right there, because I speak to a lot of atheists, and the common denominator amongst them is imagining God in such a way that God is some sort of entity that possesses these qualities, whether it be anthropomorphic or therianthropic, it doesn't matter. And so, and you mentioned in contrast, infinite mind, which is, this is how the Hindus think about God. Of course, they don't use the word God; they say Brahman.
Brahma, yeah.
Yeah. Or no, I specifically mean Brahman. Brahma is refers to one of the, I guess, depictions as an entity, which is not what I'm referring to. I'm trying to stray away from that.
Oh yeah, Brahman. Overall.
Yeah, the underlying principle. Yeah, and so Brahman is kind of this infinite consciousness. Because if you dissolve the ego, one term I like to use to describe what they experience is, the dissolution of all boundaries, like unlimited mind, ultimate consciousness. It's kind of like an all-encompassing mind that contains every single permutation or possibility that can manifest in reality. And real interesting comments. I forget his name. It's one of Joe Rogan's friends, and that's constantly on the show. Duncan Trussell. He said, Duncan Trussell. He said, this common phrase that the mystics will say, that all is one, or all is one. And he said, if you see the two words, all one, and you remove an L, you get the term alone. And so, this ultimate mind in order for it to desperately stay away from aloneness, it plays the role. It separates itself into ignorance, and it plays the role that it's all of us, that it's you, it's me, the tree, the grasshopper, and so forth. And it plays this eternal game of hide and seek. And so earlier you mentioned that humans, it's in our nature to be self-deceptive. If Brahman, if this analogy is the case inside the religion, like, then God itself plays a game of ultimate self-deception.
Yes.
Instead of realizing it's this ultimate all encompassing consciousness, it instead of like being that forever, it plays an eternal game of hide and seek, where it pretends it's this multiverse, this universe, and it plays the role of every sentient being or creature and entity inside every universe, and it just goes on forever and ever. It's like this eternal journey that it plays with itself.
Yeah, it's Maya.
Yeah, the Maya.
In Buddhism, Maya is the concept that represents illusion and the deceptive qualities of the world, the material world. And so it plays this game, and I mean it's apparently the case, because everything that we kind of went over this last weekend about the limitations of our perceptions, with Donald Hoffman, and how there's no redness out there, or blueness, or these qualities, loneliness, all of these things don't really exist out there. These are sort of internal representations that we sort of latch onto, and it can really, like Lou was saying, like we get attached to these sort of concepts and these sort of feelings, and we give too much power to them. They can really affect us, our mental, we can have anger problems, all kinds of situations, because we've let these concepts bother us. Like, like the way a girlfriend or something said something, or the way she thinks about, or opinion about this or that, or whatever. Sometimes those things can really piss you off. And then you get mad, and you have to really wonder, what are you mad about? What is it? What is the object that you're really mad? Is it really worth it? Is it really worth your peace of mind right now? So
yeah, definitely.
It can be an illusion that we fall into, like our imagination. Like when I went through, back when I lived in Las Vegas, I went through these sales seminars because I had got my real estate license and I was trying to sell properties, and I went to these, sales seminars, how to become an expert, salesperson or whatever. And one of the things they always said was that, the most fearful place to ever exist in is your own mind. And that's where you get, uncertainty from. That's where you get a lot of issues from. And you can actually exploit that in people, where when you're trying to sell, you can use their uncertainty and their fears to leverage a sale. And it used to work. If you really apply some of the techniques, it really works. And it's kind of like proof of concept that, the mind is very self-deceptive, and it's full of all kinds of fears and uncertainties about the world and stuff. And all of this stuff is imaginary, because you can actually turn that crap around and you can make people super powerful, And
Oh,
so
yeah.
It's really weird how that happens,
Isn't
No,
the most powerful people
go ahead.
manipulative? That's what
Yeah,
I see.
yeah,
Like
that's
the
why I
most
got out of the
manipulative
sales. I got out of it because what I
have
realized
a lot of
at the end of the
power,
yeah, it's you can empower yourself as a salesperson in order to, but that relies on the weakness of other people. And you
Yeah.
exploit the weakness of other people in order to have some end game, like a sale, close a sale or
Well,
whatever.
like when I used to be in sales too, for a long time. But I mean, just look at just our culture, right?
Mhm.
Who are the most powerful people? Aren't they usually the most manipulative people?
Yep. Yep.
So there's
That's
a real
right.
power in manipulation. You can accomplish a lot through manipulation.
And this is why I'm telling you, our culture is against, part of the reason that they're against some of the things we're talking about here on this show. and I'm not the only one that's talking about it, of course, but it's being spoken of, and a lot of people, a lot of our culture is against it, because you got to understand, our whole economy runs on that. Our whole system depends on people being manipulated through advertising, through politics, through religion, through all these different things. They use these. That's what this is called, the establishment. And the establishment is always against us little people, and they're counting on us to always feed into the establishment, to go along with the establishment, because it serves them. But they try to make it look like it serves you, but actually it doesn't. The more empowered you get, the more individualistic, and you see your own power psychologically or spiritually, or however, whatever language you want to use. When you see that power in yourself, then you realize you don't have to be manipulated. You don't have to want the things they teach you you have to want. You can actually disassociate and be disattached from all this stuff,
I have always thought that most people are kind of like pawns in the, the mind of the establishment. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, we're being used,
What do you think, Cafe, about that concept?
Master manipulation.
Yeah, master manipulation, right.
Oh yeah, no, I was in sales too, so there's marketing schemes everywhere, man. And I think the algorithms play it the most in our phones. Like if you're scrolling through Facebook, if you look up like skincare, or you're worried about going bald, or you know what I mean, you're gonna get all these advertisements for things that play on your insecurities. And people who are really good at selling know how to do that too. Oh, there's a guy, man, I wish I could remember his name at the moment. I can't, but he played a fraudulent fortune teller, where he set up a tent, and you know what I mean? He got people to walk in, and he pretended to be a fortune teller. And he knew like real like cues that could give yourself away, a scar on your knee or something like that. You had an accident when you were younger. You know what I mean? Like there's like certain things that he could read off your body and tell right away. And he said that he got so good at it that eventually a woman came in, and he could just, on the back of his mind, through his own intuition, he could tell that she looked distraught. And when she sat down, the first thing he said was like, "You just lost your husband." And she burst into tears. And at that point, he got scared. He's like, "I got to get out of this business. I got to get out of this being a fraudulent fortune teller." But it was a real cool story. But his point was like, the computer, can manage all those calculations in a split second and be able to tell something like that. And if you become a really good salesman, you could do that. You don't even have to look at someone at a certain point. You could just tell. Another example he gave was like the teller at a hotel check-in. Like, just before they even become in your eyesight, if they could just look at your shoes, they already know what to offer you. Like things like that. But yeah, those marketing schemes are rampant. And yeah, I mean, the only way to I guess protect yourself against that onslaught is to detach. I don't want to talk about the beatniks in the 70s that the stores don't like them because they're hippies. They have jeans, so the jeans are gonna last them forever. So they don't have to buy new pants, and they wear like specific type of clothing so that they don't really have to go to the store and get new ones. And so they put the clothes business out of work, and because they've learned how to detach.
Yes, yes, and
Yeah.
that's it. And they call it the we live in this like social matrix, where there's we're plugged in, and we're all sort of being determined by the by the advertisement, by the information, by the misinformation, and all of this stuff is designed to kind of keep the system going, just like the movie The Matrix. And it's really scary because as technology becomes more enhanced and more intelligent, we've got artificial intelligence. Now they're saying we've actually achieved AGI back in December. So we're there already. It's just a matter before they commercialize that. And then, who knows, we're talking about metaverse. We're talking about people are unhappy with the daily grinds and the problems of life, well, eventually they're going to say, well, you know, we don't really need you guys to do jobs anymore because we've got AI that can do the thinking for you, and even robots that can actually do the physical work for you. Eventually, you know, just plug into the metaverse, plug into the matrix, and AI can create this, you know, reality. And then you're just there. You're just really a pawn in the game then. And a lot of people are fearful of that. You know, I think they call it the transhumanism, where they say, you know, we can just upload your consciousness to a machine, and then you've got heaven on earth, so to speak. You just live in the clouds, so to speak. And then, you know, that's turned into its own religion in a way. But yeah, there's just so much of that going on where the establishment just will do anything to keep people misinformed and keep the system going, man.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. But,
all right, brother. We're gonna end this stream real soon.
I wanted to leave you with one thought.
Sure,
Actually,
please.
maybe two.
Please.
Right? One was when you were talking about you know, the perfectionism of God, the perfect nature. Now, of course, he doesn't have to be perfect, right?
Right.
But most people believe he's perfect, right? They believe he has all knowledge, he has all power, right? All authority. And one thing it always like hits me is how that seems completely contradictory to the world that we see.
Yes.
Right? It's like if he is so perfect, why in the world can't he manage this world? Right? Why in the world can't he manage people? It's like he's so perfect, and yet we have a big mess, right? So I mean that always, like, I just can't understand this perfection of God if he was real.
It's
right?
one of my
If
main objections, the problem with evil.
That type of God
Yeah.
was real.
Yeah.
You know? Because he's not doing a good job, right? It's not working. Right. So that's one. And then when Coffee was talking about alone, right? He used that ALONE, alone. All right. One thing I found in my experience was when I became out of religion and left religion, okay, one of the things that I became comfortable with was being alone. Okay, because I think that in order to have peace of mind, you do have to be comfortable being alone. All right.
Yes.
So I think being alone is something people should be very comfortable with. If not, there's a problem, you know, with our peace of mind. And it's only through atheism that I kind of was led down a road where I became comfortable being alone. So I just thought that's interesting because I didn't find that in belief. You know, I didn't really find that. I didn't find that peace. You know, I found the opposite, right? Religion tells you you're never alone, right? You never have to worry about a thing because you're never alone, right? There's always somebody, right?
Right.
So kind of like through non-belief, I was able to become very comfortable with being alone and also being in the dark.
Oh yeah.
So,
I know with age, also with age, I've become I'm alone most of the time, and I love it. Like I'm at peace.
That's
It's
what
just
I'm
me.
saying.
You know, it's like I don't really need anything, and just there's a certain amount of peace you get when you don't need something. It's like you can stand up and say, you know what, I don't need to go outside and hang with people no more. I don't have to go out tonight. I don't have to do anything. I can feel totally fine with it. And that's such an empowering feeling.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The peace within yourself, right? You have a peace. I mean, it's not that you want to be antisocial or you don't want to talk to anybody. That's not what it is. It's just that, you know, if I'm alone in the dark, I'm okay.
Yeah, me too, man.
So,
I hear
anyway,
you.
I'll see you guys. Thanks for the
Hey,
conversation.
thanks for coming on, Lou. Always a pleasure to have you, man.
All right. Thank you.
All right, brother. We'll see you next time.
Yep. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, so I'm going to end this stream really soon, but Joel Davis says, I don't buy the harmonization, but a Christian will tell you that God is perfect and needs nothing, but God still created stuff. Exactly. That's kind of a weird thing to me, too.
That's why I kind of like Eastern philosophy, because you don't find that seeming contradiction, whether it's a contradiction within Christianity itself. I'm not too sure about that, because I'm pretty sure Meister Eckhart would see it different, or Saint Augustine. They have thought of ways to reconcile that.
Oh, they
And
have. Yeah.
yeah, and so like the perfection thing, like when I mentioned Brahman earlier, um, it's the way I kind of think of it. Like you were talking about that you had a father that programs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
like if you think about like one way I can relate to that is I play a lot of video games, and in a video game, um, you can only perform in the video game what's made possible through the programming. You can't jump outside of that. Maybe you could. There's a glitch in there here or there, but you can. Even the glitch in itself is something you could do. Usually, a glitch, it's an imperfection in the programming, but it's an imperfection that you could take advantage of the same way all the time. It's still, even the glitch is something that can only be performed a certain way, and so like the underlying like if there is something that you in the programming that made an action impossible, then it would be impossible in the game to perform. And so I guess what I'm trying to get at here is that, like, with reality itself, like you can move, and you can stand in a room and you can move in any direction. You could jump in the air, you could go downstairs, so you can move any direction in your mobility, right? And that's because there's an underlying, like, you could say that there's an underlying programming that allows for all those permutations or possibilities. And the way I kind of see Brahman is representing all the permutations that could possibly manifest within a reality, but it's contained kind of like in a higher dimension where it's not always present in our reality, but it's still a potential that's there. Like Michio Kaku talks about, that string theory. It's the amount of
The mind of
notes that you
God,
could
yeah.
play. Yeah, the mind of God. You could play the notes on a string. It's like he relates them to strings of an instrument, and one way to put it is like a string could vibrate in certain ways, but you can only play one note at a time. You can't play them all simultaneously, but nevertheless, all the notes are still there. There's still a potential for all the notes, and that's kind of how I see Brahman. Yeah, I mean that's the way I think a lot of gurus and yogis have described Brahman.
I look at it like the difference between phenomenal consciousness and meta consciousness. Like meta consciousness does thinking, does evaluating, has wants, expresses, certain ideas, concepts, whereas phenomenal consciousness just is. It's just the amness of it all. Like
Yeah.
it's just there. And from that consciousness, that's like the experiential observer of everything that exists. So
Yeah,
like Joel
go
would say
ahead.
that actually meets a definition of God. Well, it could. I mean, it just depends on how you define it. I guess if it just seems like Western religions define God as metaconscious. And that's not necessarily describing phenomenal consciousness conceptually. Conceptually, metaconscious is the observer, the amness. It's kind of like, I was a different person consciously when I was 5 years old than I am today. but I was still the amnest back then. I still was the same experience of being 5 years old as I'm the same experience of being a 55-year-old person, you know?
Yeah. You know, another way I like to think of it is, sometimes I'll think of an atheist as someone who has developed a preconceived notion about how they imagine the divine to be, and they've imagined it in such a way that it doesn't make sense to them. Therefore, they maintain atheism. Whereas a theist might be someone who's found a way to make sense of the divine. Therefore, they think, they lean towards theism. Like Einstein, for instance, he would always reject the term atheism. Like he didn't identify as an atheist, but he would also invoke a form of God that maybe not a lot of Christians would agree with, the Spinozan God. And but he found a way to make sense of the divine that was logical to him.
Yes,
And
and it's easy to ignore the ways that one can harmonize it or make sense of it, reconcile it, whatever you want to call it, if depending on how you're wired up as a person. Like some people just have no interest in the ideas of gods or anything that we're even anything that we're even talking about. There's a lot of people that just don't need that in their life at all. They're totally fine.
I know that's another thing, man.
That's totally perfect, fine, you know. And then there's people that are wired up to where they're the right side of their brain wants to believe, but their left side just won't let, because the left side of your brain, the logical, rational part of our brain, is always like a bully. Once you start, experiencing intuition or meditation, let's say you were to meditate, and I'm just making something up. Suppose you were meditating and you wanted to have an impression of your grandfather that died years ago, and you wanted to speak to your grandfather or something like that. Well, as soon as you start having that experience, guess what happens? Your rational mind comes in and says, how do you know that's just not you making it up? How do you know that's just not your imagination? And so your rational mind, that left part of your brain, comes in to destroy the right part, the intuitive part of your mind, the creative part of your mind. They're always at war with each other. And we know that both sides of your brain can be misleading, and anybody can throw rocks at the other side, just depending on which side you want to take.
No, I agree. I guess the only thing I would say to that is that usually when these type of experiences happen, especially like with mystical experience, like a lot of people report seeing like dead relatives in like with ibogaine. I've never tried ibogaine. I would be really interested to do it, but with mystical experience, at least, the experience is usually so powerfully intuitive that it usually overwrites the logical side that tries to weigh it down. With a lot of people.
Absolutely. Dude, that's the hard part. That is the hard part about having these conversations, and it's why usually we don't really talk about it a lot, because I can talk about I was talking about my out of body experience the other day, right? And for me, it was a real thing. It really happened. I think I really was looking at the room as it was. I mean, for me, it just seemed like as real as the experience I'm having now. And someone could always debunk that and say, you were just having a hallucination. But I guess my counter to that would be, well, then it could be just as much of a hallucination as I'm having right now. Like, I don't know. How do I know I'm not an insane person, really in an insane asylum, and I'm just dreaming all this stuff up? Like, this could all be.
I know. I see what you're saying. Like, I've heard someone put it like this. I thought this was pretty powerful. Is that it's kind of like if the entire world was blind, and you were able to see for a few moments, and then you try to come back to the world and say, well, man, I had these visions. And, of course, everyone's blind. They don't know how to relate. So they're like, no, you're crazy. But those, being able to see is so powerful, to the mind. And so, like, you would be convinced that the rest of the world is crazy, not yourself. And,
right.
So yeah, it would be more something akin to that. And I think that's how people describe mystical experiences. Like, they got to glimpse like we only glimpse this very narrow slice of reality from birth to the grave, and I think when people have those type of experiences, they transcend that, because it goes beyond our notion of space, our notion of time. Almost they see all eternity from like an overhead vantage point, from like a higher dimensional perspective. And so when you come back to this narrow slice, you're like, what the hell? Like that, I think that's why it seems more real to them, because, it's almost as though they got a glimpse of the full eternity. And, they come back to this narrow slice and they're trying to make sense of it. And,
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
it goes along. There's a physicist. His name is what's his name? Stephen Wolfram. I don't know if you know who he is, but he's come up with the concept of the Reuliad, which is basically the entangled limit of everything, right? So what he's kind of talking about in mathematical terms and things like that is that the Reuliad in many ways is kind of like a strange and profoundly abstract sort of concept, but it's something kind of universal, a kind of ultimate limit of all abstraction and generalization. So it encapsulates not only all formal possibilities, but also everything about our physical universe and everything we experience as being able to thought of as like a sampling of the part of this overall Reuliad that only corresponds to our particular way of perceiving and interpreting the universe. And it's species specific. So what he's saying is that as a human being, you're a certain kind of observer. And so you're only going to see a slice of the ultimate reality, but every now and again, something from the greater reality pokes through. And those are anomalies. Those are anomalous.
Yeah.
Kind of like paranormal type of things. And these kind of give you clues that there's something greater that we just simply don't understand.
Oh,
and
yeah.
even that may be perceived according to how we are as observers. So it's kind of like an entangled limitation that we have in the universe itself, with itself, if that makes sense.
No, that's awesome, man. And I hadn't heard of that, but I'm definitely going to look it up. But it's exactly what I was trying to say with the Brahman and this programming, metaphor that I was trying to talk about earlier. But wow, it's almost like, synonymous in a way, those two notions.
Yeah, I just found the link to his writings here at StephenWolfram.com, and I just put it down there in the chat if somebody wants to look at it. Yeah, it's really cool. I stumbled on them and I was like, wow, that's kind of like a mystical. That's sort of like what the mystics talk about.
No, definitely, it definitely is. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a mystical experience himself.
Right.
To be able to come up with that notion, because a lot of people suspect that Einstein had one too, and a famous quote was of his is like creativity. The secret to creativity is to knowing how to hide your sources, and it would be funny if the source of this creativity was a mystical experience.
Well, if you even think about, like you were talking about earlier, the B theory of time, and how you have this, you can imagine it as this block universe, like this piece of ice where everything's sort of frozen, all events and connections are frozen. But then as experiential observers, we see it as an arrow of time, of causation. One thing leads to another.
Color.
Yeah, it's kind of like they say that that's the spotlight interpretation of B theory, where observers are kind of like a spotlight. So when you focus on each event, it follows in some sort of conscious experience of it. But if you were to take like this so-called God's eye view, it would just be a frozen piece of ice. Everything's sort of frozen together. And so they say that that's where Einstein was like, well, there's got to be a way to reconcile the deterministic sort of block universe with what we experience. And a lot of people say, well, now you've got quantum mechanics where it's not determined, it's random. And random meaning, it draws from a probability distribution. And so there's a bunch of probabilities, and the ones that are actuated are the ones that make its way into the block universe and that you experience as it happens in this sort of causation,
Yeah,
So
you know, Sean Carroll talks about the block multiverse. You have to
yes,
reconcile
yes,
that. Yeah,
yeah,
you know, so
that's
that even if it's bifurcating with our perception, it's still part of the ice block in a grander sense, in the multi block, the frozen multi block universe. You know, uh,
yeah.
kind of like elaborating Einstein's concept of the block universe. And
Was
yeah, go ahead.
Brian Green, I think, has a really good video from like 10, 15 years ago about the block universe. If someone wants to look at that, that's really interesting because he kind of
Yeah,
breaks it
it
down
is.
too.
William James also talked about it too. He called it the iron block universe, though, in his books. And yeah, you know, there is another thing I wanted, because I think he was bringing up the problem of evil earlier, and I wanted to just touch on that real quick before you end it. And
Sure.
you know, I remember Auden Watts would say that he would ask his mother interminable questions. You know, like, well, where would we come from? Why does this happen? What you know, what is this for? And like, eventually, his mom would get annoyed and said, "Darling, you know, when you die, and you go to heaven, you'll sit down with God, and He'll make it all clear for you." You know, it's just to shut him up. And
Yeah.
yeah, and you know, like some gurus will tell their students this, or their disciples, and say, "Well, is your life about asking question and getting an answer? Is that all your life is for?" You know, like it's just gonna continue the cycle, like kind of like how Lou was talking about earlier. And I you know this I had a friend too that he I was trying to convince him to try psychedelics, and he was like, "Well, what happens?" And like, "Well, it's kind of like having the near death, like the near death experience that people describe at their deathbed, but you get to have it in the midst of life, and you glimpse it now." And so when you finally approach death, like there's no fear, because you kind of already have this notion of what's going to happen already, because you've experienced it already. And you know, he wasn't really convinced. Like I was trying to sell him on to trying it because I had some, and he didn't want to do it after all. And he was like, "You know what? Well, if I die and I'm gonna see this anyway, then I'll just wait till I die." You know,
Right. I mean,
if I'm gonna see it anyway.
and ultimately, you know, it can be a mind game, but it really depends on, again, what you focus on. You know, I think Alan Watts, you know who he is. He's he was a philosopher, and I think a Buddhist and things like that. And let me see if I can pull it up really quick.
Yeah, he shares a birthday with me, and I really love that guy. Yeah.
Oh man, you know, he had some kind of analogy about that, and I just wanted to play it if I could. If not, it's no big deal if I can't find it. And I don't
Oh yeah,
see
yeah.
it. But
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't see it. But basically, what he's talking about is, you know, if you know, you can look at the world and all you see is goo, and some people look at the world and all they see is spikes.
Yeah.
And so these people can disagree. No, the world is full of spikes. And other people say, no, the world is full of goo. Look here. Well, that's goo, but it's only because of this. But in actuality, it's all spikes. And you can play that game. It just depends on what you focus on. And for me, I understand that that's how the mind works anyways.
Yeah.
And we're probably not going to really fully understand reality as it is. At least we're not there yet. And it's the journey. It's not just having
Oh
the
yeah.
answer. You know, it's the journey.
I
We
know
can
what you're
ask the
talking
question.
about.
Yeah. Oh, you do.
He says gooey prickles or prickly glue. Yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
He'll say that.
Yep.
No, because I love Watts, man, and I've heard pretty much a lot of his material. From you know, Speed of Sound, that he's an atheist that hosts. I forgot what his channel is called, but
What's his name?
Speed of Sound.
No, I haven't seen that.
Well, I think I forgot what his channel is called. It's like atheism, something. I'll try to find it, but he was telling me that that Alan Watts has some of the most auditory content on the internet. Yeah, and I even so more so than Terrence McKenna. I always thought it was Terrence McKenna, because that guy could speak for hours, man. And Yeah, but yeah, he was telling me, he's like, no, it's actually Adam Watts. He has more content. I'm like, wow, because like, yeah, I listened to a lot of his content, and that was the one I was going to bring up with the problem of evil. It was, I learned it from Watts, and he would say that if there is a moral situation where it's going to end bad either way, sometimes it's better to go out with a bang than a whimper. And like you mentioned the Matrix earlier, and if you recall in the Matrix, the architect, the designer of the Matrix, the programmer, he had to go through, I think, 6 matrices before he landed on the one Neo was in. And that was because the earlier matrices were like a kind of Edenic matrices, or the perfected world, and the human mind couldn't. They lost a lot of crops, meaning they lost a lot of people that they would grow. Remember, they grew the people from the crops.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, a lot of crops are lost because the mind rejected the perfect world.
Right.
Yeah, and like it was like Lou was saying, like, well, why can't, if God is real, why can't he clean all this up and perfect everything? And I think, see, an Eastern philosopher wouldn't see it that way. Like that's not how they would see the divine. They wouldn't see it in that light. Where,
And it depends. And it also, again, it goes back to semantics. It depends on what we're talking about. Evil. How are we defining it? Because, like for me, there can be no good either if there's no evil. Like everything is a flip side. The yin and the yang. Because if how is good going to actually manifest if there's nothing evil that's challenging it? It's like saving my neighbor from drowning. Drowning is evil, right? But how am I ever going to express the goodness of saving her life? How is that ever going to mean anything unless there's some, because every word,
contrast,
everything's got to have a contrast. Otherwise, it doesn't really mean anything. Everything's just kind of arbitrary and meaningless. So you've got to have evil and you've got to have goodness. Maybe someone could make the argument, well, we're talking about unnecessary evil. Like there's some evil that isn't even necessary to exist, and I don't understand, like, why would, what is it called? This syndrome that babies are born with their nerves, their skin inside out.
Oh, yeah.
What is it? Mannequin syndrome or something like that. But
or the baby born with syphilis.
Yeah, something uncurable, something that really doesn't. Let me turn this down. Something that didn't have to happen. Like, why did it have to happen? The baby didn't even grow old. The baby didn't even, what did he learn? Well, some people might say, well, it wasn't about the baby. It was about the parents had to learn something about grief or whatever.
Yeah.
These things can be very unsatisfying, and they wouldn't be real. They'd be apologetic sort of answers, but they wouldn't be answers you'd really tell somebody in real life. Like, are you really going to tell a grieving mother, well, your baby died to teach you a greater lesson, to build character?
Yeah.
And, it's like, no, you wouldn't. So I think that's part of the problem of evil is wrapping your head around that, But who knows, if God really does exist and this God really does exist like that, we just may not have access to all the information to make a judgment like that.
I think that example you gave of contrast, like, because Adam Watts would often say that you wouldn't know evil if you didn't know good, and vice versa. And so, like, let's say there was no such conditions that babies were born with that, then how would you know, a baby born in a deformed manner like that? There would be no contrast there. It would be back at the same issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I think eventually we'll probably get to a point like that. I always think about that kind of stuff too. Like, I think stuff like that happens because maybe there is still some imperfections in our genetics that we haven't weeded out, and maybe it could. There's unknown causes. Maybe like our great grandfather was alcoholic, and this led to something. And like there's so many factors in that it's kind of hard to really comment on that. Like you said, like you would have to be aware of all these variables that are happening, and Yeah,
And
and
you
so
know,
like
and it's also a matter of what's easier to accept. Like that problem of evil just kind of goes away when you think of God as an impersonal God. If God is impersonal, then all that goes away because then he's not letting anything happen because there is no letting
yeah,
involved. There's no letting involved. There's no will involved. There's nothing like that. It's impersonal. So the problem goes away under that. So it's just easier for people to gravitate towards that kind of sort of explanation rather than some all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving personal God that lets evil happen, because then it sort of goes into a semantic spiral. Well, it's like
no,
if
I
you're saying
agree. Yeah,
all loving, then there's no place for evil, because evil is obviously the opposite, right? And so it's not all loving. Maybe God is a little bit loving and a little bit evil too. You know what I'm saying? Like it becomes a semantic thing at that point.
yeah. I forgot exactly how the quote goes, but it's love that moves the stars in heaven, or I forgot who said that, but Alan Watts would often quote it. And I think I spoke to you this before, that I think the all loving aspect, like if you apply it to an entity that's supposed to be all loving and kind of like cherish their world, in that sense, where it's supposed to prevent all that type of unnecessary evil. I could see how you can come up with issues with like that, but like I said, if you think of like the Taoists, for instance, from the Taoist vantage point of what they consider the divine, they don't see it as some entity that's supposed to be personally caring for every individual, like you mentioned. The Tao is the course of nature, and all loving, like I guess as a metaphor. You know how when it rains, rain is not discriminate. It doesn't like avoid certain blast grades because it doesn't like them. It pours on everything, and it nourishes all. And
Ecclesiastes, yeah.
yeah, so so if it nourishes all, then this is a form of all lovingness that Taoists might talk about. I've also mentioned that the vision in the mystical experience, like one aspect that's often overlooked in discussions like this, is the emotional power, the infinite and unconditional love that's glimpsed at the height of that experience, almost as though I think I remember I was telling you that you played a clip once of that atheist. I think it was not the atheist experience, but the line with Shannon Q and I think Apologia. And I was talking about the fractal nature of the star systems, like the clusters of stars, how they resemble neurons of the brain. And yeah, it's almost as though like the stars themselves are part of a grander consciousness that make up the neurons of this this background mind that exists everywhere, that's non-local, that permeates all things. And it's almost as though the mystic, when he dissolves the ego, his own consciousness resonates with that background, and in that background, which experiences infinite unconditional love. It's that's another sense that a mystic might define all loving, or
Right. And then
yeah.
also too, I was thinking about in people that have these near-death experiences, and believe me, I've watched I couldn't even count how many I've watched. I've watched
Oh,
millions,
cool.
man, thousands. Like actually I used to be part of IANS, the International Studies of Near-Death Experience,
Oh,
and
cool, man.
and I used to interview people all the time, and man, everybody comes back with the same core story, every one of them. And one of the things that they all say is like, yes, there is a God. God is an entity. God is a person. He's a being.
Mhm.
And a lot of people do ask about the problem of evil, but then it dissolves away. They said because when you get there to heaven and you talk to God, you realize everything that happened is perfect, just the way it is, the way it was supposed to be.
Yes.
That all the evil that we talk about, all these problems sort of just dissolve away after you go there. When you see and you talk to God and you see and you understand the entire
Spectrum,
thing.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, if what they're saying is true, then, it's like you said, we're just going to have to die and find out. In the meantime, we're going to be discussing these things and, trying to break them down semantically and define what we mean. And a lot of it's just not going to make sense to a limited mind in either way you look at it. So I've just kind of learned to be kind of agnostic on a whole lot of stuff and be at peace with whatever it is. But I do lean towards an idealistic, a greater mind, possibly a God. I don't have a problem with that. I'm really hoping there is a God. That would be cool, for me. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And it really wouldn't make a difference under idealism or, stuff like that because, for all the reasons we've been talking about for the last 4 hours. So I'm kind of talked
no, no.
out.
Oh yeah, okay, man. I understand. We'll end it pretty soon right now, man. But I will add this though. Since you mentioned Alan Watts, man, he is one of my favorites. He would often say that it does depend on your perspective. In that, if you look at the body under a microscope, you'll see cells that are being created and destroyed. You'll see white blood cells that are constantly attacking this kind of chaos and war going on at a microscopic level. But if you zoom out, you see a human being sitting in meditation in peace. So at one level you have chaos, and another level you have serenity. It just depends on your level of magnification.
Man, that's a perfect statement in the show too, man. That really
Oh yeah.
sums everything up perfectly. It's all your the perspective from where you're sitting,
Yes, and another thing I would like for you to look into, man, because I'm gonna look into that guy you mentioned. I hadn't heard about that. That sounds really cool. If you want to check something out, I would run a Google Scholar search for near-death experience and mystical experience. Because I hear a lot of near-death experiences as well. But maybe I haven't heard as much as you have, but I do notice a correlation between mystical experience and mystical experience, like especially in the volunteers at Johns Hopkins, like if they experience what's called partial mystical experience, usually the way the professionals will put it, they'll call it archetypal or visionary experience. It's where their consciousness it's not fully dissolved yet, like where their egos, there's still kind of sense of ego there, or a sense like a kind of mind's eye that's relating to something, whether it be a vision of Christ, of Buddha, of Muhammad. There's still this subject object relationship going on. And so when you kind of go higher on the spectrum of the how they gauge these mystical experiences, when you go to like the complete mystical experience where you meet all 6 criteria, now you get into where the subject object duality dissolves, and it becomes this non-dual consciousness. And I think that's and people even report that in the near death, like
Yeah,
so.
that's right. I was about to say I've heard that too, and Thomas Campbell even mentions that on his view, and he works with Bob Monroe at the Monroe Institute, where they do the out of body experience and stuff like that, and he talks about his explanation as being that all we really do at death is shift over to another virtual reality. So in other words, we're in a virtual reality now. We might be having a near-death experience of somebody who died in some other virtual reality, right? And so once you shift over to another virtual reality that's totally different, and you become accustomed to that. And then when you die there, you shift over to another one and another one, another one. And eventually there's this one that's just the non-dual ultimate consciousness oneness sort of state.
Yeah.
And I've heard a lot of people in near-death experience say that they actually shifted over to that plane of existence, which is
Yeah, I've heard this as well, man. I had a friend that did DMT pretty often, and he was like, "Man, I got to tell you this like theory that I've been developing through my experiences." And I'm like, "Well, what is it?" he was like, man, I'm starting to see consciousness as this kind of like undulating snake in a higher dimension that you never truly die. Like if you like, let's say you if you get in a car crash you're 30, you're in your 30s. He said you never really die at your younger ages. In one, you'll shift to a parallel universe where you survive the crash.
Right,
Um,
right.
yeah,
Dude, I've got to tell you that experience only because you brought this up. I got to tell it, man. And I mentioned it to somebody the other day. I've had, yeah, my son, I was talking to my son about this. This is a very true experience I've had. And this is when all this stuff started for me. There was way years ago, I pulled out in front of traffic and I knew I was dead. I pulled my car out and this big truck was heading to hit me. And I looked over out my driver's window, like to my left, and I saw the truck coming. And I just closed my eyes. And when I opened my eyes, the truck was gone. I was not in that situation. I was just driving down the road. Nothing happened.
yeah. Oh
And
my
I
God,
thought
yeah.
I thought I had a psychotic episode or something. I didn't know what was going on. Like I was like, did that really just happen? That's really weird. And then a few years after that, me and my wife at the time were driving down the road from Virginia down here to Florida, and it was late at night and I was falling asleep. And then the car started bumping really hard. I had fell asleep at the wheel, and I opened my eyes and the car ran into the guardrail and sparks were flying. So
Holy crap, man.
I was like friction on the guardrail, and then finally the car was going off, the side of the road. And then I closed my eyes because I think I was going to run into a tree, I think is what it was. Some kind of hard thing. And I didn't look at it too much. I just wanted to close my eyes. And when I opened my eyes, I was driving back on the highway again. And I was like, what? And I looked, and I mean, I pulled over to go to sleep. I was like, man. And I looked at the car, and there was no marks on the car or anything. And I didn't know, I mean, it didn't seem like some kind of hallucination, like maybe I was asleep and dreaming, because I felt the pressure, I felt the bumps, just like with the truck situation. It felt the same exact way.
Yeah.
And I have never had those two experiences, anything like it ever again, ever.
Wow,
And
man.
the impression that I was left with, though, that always stayed on my mind was, no, I died, and now I'm just in a different reality. That's just the
I,
impression.
yeah, I've had it. I want to say a couple of times myself. One of them that really stuck in my mind happened when I was a little kid. Man, they took us here in San Marcos, Texas. It was we were there visiting, and I was with my brother. We were swimming in the river, and I don't know why, man. When I got out of it, like I had a vision as a little kid, and I don't even know why this came in my mind. That like this always intrigued me. That I had like this kind of like thought or vision that of my mom screaming because yeah, either my brother died or I died in that memory, but there was the sense of death, and I could never explain it. Like I always remembered it, but then when I heard this guy tell me about this theory, I automatically thought about that experience I had as a kid. I'm like, what the hell? Like that, if what he's saying is true, then no wonder I experienced that as a kid. There's no, mystery anymore to that. And, if he's correct, like what he was going on to say is that you may have experiences like that throughout your entire life, and you're never going to truly die until you're ripe and in your wisdom of your old age, and you're able to accept that non-dual consciousness finally, and that's when you will finally rest. And I was like, wow,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
That's what I always used to ask, like, then when do I eventually die? Like, it can't just keep going on and on and on. I used to always wonder that. And I kind of like thought, well, maybe it's just there's a time when you're supposed to transition over, and you're aware of that transition or maybe I have transitioned. I keep transitioning to some parallel reality or something. I don't know. But
Yeah,
it
well,
seems like if you get to old age, there's a point when that possibility kind of runs out, you
yeah.
know, I mean, if you're living in a reality where you only live up to 100 at the most, then if you're dying around that age, then it seems like the probability distribution is not going to be there for you. Like, kind of like Thomas Campbell says, he says, what we do is we live in this virtual reality, but just like with any video game, you have rule sets. There's certain rules that cannot be violated. It's called the impossibilities because they're not programmed in to be a possibility. And
Yes.
so, like, one of these is like living forever. Like, you never see anybody living forever on this earth. So that's one possibility we can rule out. So, maybe that has something to do with an explanation for that. I don't know.
Oh yeah, man. Like one line I love, and I think it's in the Bhagavad-Gita. It's not even a blade of grass can move unless it's a possibility within Brahman. And
Yes.
yeah, I really like that one. And there's so many like that in a lot of religious texts. And I don't know if you want to end it on that, man. It's been a badass conversation, man. I really thank you for inviting me. I've been trying to make it to one of them, dude. It's just that I've been really busy at work and
I feel
haven't
you,
had a
man.
chance.
I feel you. I'm so glad to have you. I knew you would be perfect for some of the content that I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get away from politics and other things. Like, I just want to start talking about my passions, more often.
No,
And
definitely, man. I've been
yeah,
meaning to get back at it too, and I just haven't had a chance. I haven't. It's been a while since I've done a video on my channel as well. But
yeah.
yeah, this is awesome, man.
Love the topic, man. Well, next time we do it, man, if you're free, just let me know or just pop on in. You're more than welcome. And I appreciate everybody who's come through to be coming through. And thanks, Joel, for jumping in with so many fabulous questions. And Paul, I'm glad you came through. You're also welcome, Paul, if you ever want to jump in. But yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and get on off, man. I got to get something to eat. I'm about to starve to death.
Oh yeah, it's likewise. I haven't
Yeah.
eaten at all.
All right, brother. We'll talk to you guys later.